the Windward Islands volcanoes and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And as it stands now, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they need 176 runs to win this game outright. And they've got 8 wickets standing. Of course, for the volcanoes, it's a straight case. They've got to dismiss the Trinidad and Tobago team. They've got to get these 8 wickets before Trinidad and Tobago, the Red Force, can reach 186. If they were to do that, then they would walk away with their 4th straight victory, and it would be a really insignificant victory for them because they've been outplayed, I would think, for 2.5 days in this game. And they just may have won the session after lunch yesterday, maybe just after lunch, where they posted 288. And when you look back at that 288 they posted, at one stage, they were 222 for 6. So the last 4 wickets added some 66 runs. But let's look at the first delivery this morning. And the night watchman, Brian Charles, is there. He is not out on naught. He was just, yesterday was just straight survival for him. Jed Gooley is at the non-strikers end. He's on 2. Much will depend on him if Trinidad and Tobago were to get to this 186. There's Charles just trying to flick it past the very attacking field set by Alec Athenes, the skipper. He himself is at first slip. And there's a forward short leg, there's a leg slip, and there's a very short mid-wicket. All in catching positions. Here he's going to pick up a couple runs. I'll be surprised if they don't go back for 2. Yes, they will go back for 2. That's good running. So Denver a little bit short, and they've got to. And I don't have a problem with the field because they're looking to pick up the wicket. They could put that man at leg slip dog back towards a backward square leg to stop the single. But if they need to pick up wickets, then he's got to come into that leg slip position, which he's doing. So again, a good morning to everybody where you may be picking up this broadcast. As Denver, very good delivery again. Yes, good morning. Of course, I'm Colin Murray alongside Inderjit Prasad. Interesting day today, isn't it?
Good morning to you, Colin. Good morning to all listeners. Yes, it's going to be.
Yes, and Kenneth Demba, those are the first runs coming off of him. He's got 1 wicket already for just 2 runs, and this is his 5th over. So it was to tell you just how mean he was yesterday. And Charles looking pretty confident as he drives that one back up the track. The end of the first over, 2 runs coming from it means that the Red Force, they've reduced it. They have 174 runs to get for victory. They've got 8 wickets intact, but it was not a good start. They're 12 for 2 at the moment. And certainly in the JIT, we talked about an interesting day. It can go either way. Of course, the Windward Islands volcanoes picking up those 2 wickets yesterday certainly changed the complexion of the game.
Yes, of course, it has made the match much more competitive. Colin, I had a look at the pitch this morning. I'm a little bit concerned on both sides of the wicket for where the left-handers will be facing. There's some dirt there that is loose. It's not level with the entire pitch. It's kind of a little volley you're seeing there. So the left-handers will have to be very, very careful, especially the likes of Jid Gooley, who steps onto the front foot. Those are little concerns.
Well, when you look as an over being started here by Ryan John, his 5th. He's very unlucky yesterday. Got the edge of Mohan's bat. He was dropped by the skipper Athenes when he was on naught, and then he had Otley driving. John had Otley driving a dolly of a catch to Lewis at mid-off, and he put it down. But both these men, luckily for the volcanoes, they weren't made to pay because Mohan only got 1 and Otley 2 before they were dismissed. Loud appeal goes up. The finger doesn't though, as Gooley just coming across, maybe outside the line of the off stump. And We'll check that again, but
Could have very well been Colin outside the line
yeah.
of the off stump there. Big shout, nothing wrong with that. We shall see on the replay.
yeah, it's
Well, that looks as though it was in line with the stump.
Yeah,
The
it
thing
does.
was this: was it going down the leg side?
well. I thought it was the way he was moving. I thought it would have been outside the line of the off stump, but it could have been going down the leg.
Good shout, however.
Yeah, very good shout. Not a good line, and well flicked away by Gooley down to the fine leg position, and they pick up an easy single. So what Gooley has to do, yesterday I thought he was ultra defensive. You know, he because of the early loss of Mohan and then the loss of Otley, he sort of went into a shell. Now, he had to keep his wicket intact. It was imperative. But I just thought he went too much into this defensive mode. Here, he cannot afford to do that. You can't just prod and poke. You got to keep the scoreboard ticking and put some pressure on the bowlers.
Exactly. I mean, it's another day. I could understand his approach yesterday. He wanted to preserve his wicket, do not want the Red Force to lose another one.
That's a good delivery, but I think Charles, give him the benefit, may have played just inside the line.
That was an exceptionally good delivery. Touched down nicely, took off from the pitch and went by into the gloves of the keeper, very close to the right-handed Charles.
Yeah, I thought it straightened on him, but as I said, I would like to give him the benefit that was he was about to play. He may have just, I don't know if I can give Charles that kind of credit because he's normally at number 9, but it appeared to me that that's what he did. But whatever happens, it didn't take the edge of the bat from a Red Force perspective. They would be very happy with that. That's too wide of the off stump this time.
And it has been a good start. This is the second over for the Red Force. They managed 2 runs in the first over. They got a single in this over. They need to rotate the strike. And sometimes when you see you have very low scores to chase down for victory, you become a little bit complacent. Getting their eyes in, it's another day, lots of time. And I think the Red Force, they're still with a great advantage of winning this game. You look at those who have to come when anybody gets out, if they get out. Jason Mohammed, De Silva, Tian Webster. It's a strong batting lineup.
It's well played by Charles. It's the end of the over, the end of the second over of the morning. No alarms yet for the Red Force as Charles has moved from his overnight 0 to 2 and Gooley from his overnight 2 to 3. So that is... The 17 overs have been bowled and it's 13 for 2. That's just telling you how much of a struggle it was yesterday for the Red Force batsmen. Now it's going to be interesting. Denver, the off spinner, is going to be turning the ball away from the left-hander. You talked about the left-hander just outside the line of the off stump for the left-hander. Outside of Gooley, there's just Carrie Pear and Seals. Seals, of course, is number 11.
Yes, you're right about that.
And Carrie Pear. So I don't think... if there were maybe 5 or so left-handers, it would have been a real problem for them. But outside of Gooley in the top order, they're all right-handers. So that should not really affect them. And Denver starts another over.
Good. That's the area I was talking about to the left-handers. There's some rough there. And once Denver, the off-spinner, can pick that area in the pitch, he can cause some problem here for the left-handed Gooley.
It's well played.
So early on the 4th morning with defending that 186 here, thought there could have been a little bit more. Yeah, maybe with a second slip. Look at that ball. Pitching in that area and jumping because they need wicket. The Volcanoes will not contain the Red Force. They have to bowl them out if they're going to win this game.
It's just a little too wide of the off stump this time, Denver. He's got a 5-4 field, 5 men on the offside. There's a long off and a deep square cover right out on the boundary. Gets an outside edge, runs in it for him, gets an outside edge. It's running down towards the third man position. It's not gonna go into the boundary. A Springer gives chase and they get 2 more.
But I was just making the point. I think they missed a little game plan here this morning. They should have been the second slip
Well,
there.
they're not going to put him in.
Yes.
The horse is bolted.
Well, it's good that they're thinking within that line. From the time I saw it, I said, you know what? Demba the off-spinner can create some problem for goalie. They should have started here with the second slip. But it wasn't a catch, but you lead 2 runs.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. So the end of the over, at the end of it, Gooley is on 5, Charles is on 2. It's 15 for 2.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहा है
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
So it's Ryan John to continue in his 6th over, none for 5. He's bowled very tight, hasn't he? He's getting a little bit of movement. That's a good shot. That's unlucky. That's unfortunate. That was a really good shot from Charles. He shot. I think Ryan John is turning around, looking at him, obviously to say, well, where did that come from? That was a really excellent shot, and it was just too straight.
And too good, too.
Yeah.
It was a fine shot. And you can't get it straighter than that at all. Just look at this. Lovely looking shot, but it cannon into the stumps. And these are the kind of things sometimes, some people are unfortunate with. He played the shot, it was there for the asking. A little bit between Gooley and the umpire, it would have gone
For 4?
screaming.
Oh,
yeah.
that had 4 written all over it, didn't it? What a shot. I think Ryan John will suddenly change his opinion of Charles.
Charles can bat, he's
Yeah.
no rabbit
No,
whatsoever.
he's not. Yeah. He's looking pretty confident this morning, which is good. I think he's looking much more confident with the medium pace of John than he is with Denver.
John did had a good spell yesterday afternoon, and he will want to, come back here, even try much more hard, badly looking to get a wicket here. They want the early breakthrough. Red Force, on the other hand, they'll be looking to settle in and build this partnership up.
That's better. Just what John has now done, he's adjusted his length. Of course, he's not carrying it up to Charles. After that drive, he's not carrying it up to Charles again. He's just back of a length now. And Charles can't do very much with it. He's just it's also may have just been angling into him, so he's just pushing it out towards that mid-wicket position, or it's squarish mid-wicket.
And while he has adjusted the length, which is good, he needs to adjust the line, because he had 2 deliveries played in the onside with no problem.
Seems to be playing this on drive pretty good, Charles. A little bit uppish there, and he didn't get it as straight as the shot off the first delivery of the over. That was a real screamer from Brian Charles. It came out of the blue. I myself was stunned. Ryan John turned around and looked at him as if to say, hey, I didn't know you could bat like that. It was really a good shot.
Yes, he's been handy with the bat.
Yeah,
for
he
the
has
Red
been.
Force.
Yeah.
And a good batter that you can send in for your night watchman. He's not front line, but somebody you can stick around and score as well.
It's too wide of the off stump. Yeah, he got 25 not out in the game against the CCC, and then he didn't bat in the game against Ghana. Of course, that game was washed out. He got 8 in the game against the Leewards in the first innings. And then in the second innings, he was not out on 24.
Yes,
So he's capable of getting 20, 25, which if he does that here today,
would have done his job as a night watchman.
Exactly.
And everything in behind of this one, Colin. That was well played once again by Brian Charles. It's a 15 for the loss of 2. Just to feed our viewers and listeners with some scores from the other match. Of course, today is the final day across wherever West Indies 36 for 8 declared in the second innings. Barbados 230. They were 31 without loss, hunting 343 for victory on the last day, with Craig Brathwaite on 8 and McCaskey on 18. They're still 312 runs away. That should be an interesting battle as well.
I tell you, Barbados are capable of getting it, but that's a lot of runs on the final day to get.
Yes, it is.
And,
the Scorpions against the Academy. Scorpions need 234 to win that match. So it's another chase of runs to win.
Another delivery from Demba as he starts a new over. Just teasing Gooley outside the line of the off stump. Not much turn, but doesn't need much turn to maybe find the edge of the bat. I think what is important here is his line and his length.
Yes, and Colin, the reason why I think, it's my opinion that, our off spinners here aren't getting the kind of turn. That's because they're not flighting the ball, that good off spinners do. That spend some time in the air. You have to reach for that one.
Yes, he's Denver is a very tall man as well, so
yes.
He should get a little bit more bounce here. They're thinking of the single. I thought that might have been on, but sprung out because the Springer is right-handed. It was going to his left as well, but I suppose they just don't want to take much chances. They've only added 5 runs so far in 15 minutes this morning, and we are into what? This is the 5th over. Gets the outside edge again, and that's running down to the 3rd man boundary. This time it's going to go in to the ropes. So he was playing a drive at that, got onto the back foot. It came quickly off the bat. The man at second slip had no chance really. It flew off the bat, and I suppose if you're going to go at it, let's have a look. If you're going to go at it hard. And before Atherton could move, the ball was past him.
Athanase. Hello to you, Colin. Good morning.
Should I? I'm obviously still asleep. Yeah. The Arthur keeps worrying me. Athanase. Thank you, Rowan, for the reminder. I was glad when you said Ryan Hines yesterday.
I understand.
I didn't feel bad.
You have company.
I felt, I have company. But the end of the over from Denver, at the end of it, what I'm sure about, it's that the Red Force, they are 19-4-2. Gooley has moved up to 9.
Yes, and scores coming in from the combined campuses and colleges against the Leewards Hurricane. CCC 273 and 301. The Leewards Hurricane 259 and 15 without loss. They too are hunting a 300 target on the last day. They need 301 if they're going to win that game. So very interesting matches on the final day in this 4th round.
What I'm happy about is that all the games have gone into day 4.
That's right.
We've seen over the years that matches end in 3 days, and 2 days and 2 sessions and things like that. And with the games going into 4 days, it's good. Charles getting a little more confident now. He was looking to drive that back past the bowler. It was pitched up to him, not half volley length, but what was nice about that was he was looking to drive.
Yes, and Barbados Pride, the youngster Jonathan Drake scored a century yesterday. So another century has been made. There have been a number of centuries, and I think you called it absolutely right. All matches have gone into the 4th day. So that's great improvement. Things are not going to happen overnight for the West Indies, but the signs now, they're looking much more better.
And I think the more more we see players getting hundreds. That's what we're looking at in this game, for example, Tion Webster.
Yes.
That's Charles pulling a delivery. Didn't time it all that well. I don't think it's going to get into the boundary. They've gone for 2, and I would have thought that's poor running. That they've only run 2, and that is very poor. They should have been looking for 3. From the time he played that ball, both these batsmen should have been scampering across the pitch from one end to the next and looking for 3. That ball was picked up, I would think, about a meter or so inside the boundary rope. And just 2 runs, that's, in my view, not good enough.
And every single run counts. And these are youngsters. You should be sprinting that first one so quickly that give yourself the advantage in collecting the other 2.
I tell you what, if the Volcanoes were batting, that would have been 3. No, I'm serious. Because I looked at how they were running in between the wickets, Springer and Robin and Ryan John. When they were running, they were getting 3s and it was excellent running on their part, and I thought that was poor. They should have run 3. Yeah, as I rightly said, every run is going to be vital.
Absolutely so.
Nice hot sunny conditions here again prevailing.
Remember I told you yesterday?
Yes.
Any rain?
You did. Our resident, you're our resident meteorologist as well. So I never doubted you. But you know they always say when they when you look at the news and the meteorologist comes on and says, well, tomorrow is going to be a nice sunny day and it's going to be so much heat and this and that, and inevitably it rains. But I think
well, in Ghana, I think our Met Office, they are very particular. They want to be on the safe side. They're going to say it's going to be a fair day with some scattered showers.
Yeah, that's the feel. But I think they are, I think a lot of them now get it right.
Yes.
Much more than they did many moons ago. Well, he's hitting it in there. That's a super catch from Springer. That is a super catch. And again, had they run 3 runs, Brian Charles would not have been taking strike. So these little things count in a game that is so very tight.
And I'm sure Ronnie is going to show us that replay, because that was a stupendous catch that was taken. Look at this one here. It was going away to his right and making some height as well. Look at that, in the air. Took a Superman catch there, Shamar Springer. That was like a Patriot intercepting a Scud missile. Tremendous catch. That will be remembered for a long time.
And those are the type of catches that win matches.
Of course.
But I can't help but chastise the 2 batsmen for not getting 3 runs there. Had that happened, Brian Charles would not have been facing. But that's history now. And Jason Mohammed is going to come out to do battle. The target, let's remind you, it's 186. And they're still 165 runs away from victory.
Yes, so certainly with the fall of Charles' wicket, it opens another avenue in this game. And that is what the Volcanoes have done well this morning. They have picked up the early wicket, and just like the game plan would have said, wickets matter the most. We must break this one here. But this guy that has come out in the middle, Jason Mohammed, he must now bring all his experience to the fore. Experience is one thing, but he must ensure he plays smart cricket. He can be the guy that will stand between defeat and victory.
Well, Jason Mohammed, he's been having a pretty good season so far. A century, and then he got to 56 in the first innings. He got a 49 in the second innings against the Leeward Islands. So he's got some form, but he needs to carry on this form where it matters most. And today, it really matters. If Trinidad Tobago were to win this game, you would have to think Jason Mohammed has to make a meaningful contribution.
Of course, he has to. And he'll be mindful of the gaps where he can pick runs up. There's a gap between the wide mid-off and the short cover. And normally once the ball is in that direction, Jason Mohammed can score runs. Can score runs all over the place. The opportunity too between mid-on and the forward square.
So that's too wide. You don't want to give Mohammed that type of delivery for the first ball. And it was too wide of the off stump and he allowed it to go through. So the end of the over, Ryan John picking up the wicket of Brian Charles, who went caught by Springer for 4. And the total now, after 21 overs, it's 21 for 3.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहा है
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. Look at this.
It's Kenneth Demba with the start of a new over. First delivery.
Yes, and that one jumps on
Yeah.
him, Colin. Very uncomfortable with that. I just like to see the second slip. Come a little bit forward towards, move away maybe at 3 feet or so away. I think he's a little bit too close in there.
Well, he's not there for the slash. I think he's there for the defensive prod from Gooley that may just take the outside edge. And, once Gooley gets onto that back foot or even tries with any sort of power, it's going to fly past him. But I think he's just there for that little prod when Gooley pushes forward and hoping that ball just eases off the edge of the bat.
Yes, and he has to cater too for those that jumps on him, and
Yeah.
those that jumps go through with a little more pace than the normal off spin.
I want to say good morning to Reds Pereira.
Ah.
Reds called me yesterday. He gave me the name. Remember I was talking about a youth player that played with Michael Holding.
Yes.
And they were saying that he is as fast as Michael. And they had high hopes for him. Oh, that is another one. Turn and bounce. And Gooley did well to get out of the way of it. But Demba is going to get some bounce because of his height.
And not only
Yeah.
the height, he's touching down on that area that we spoke about.
Yeah.
Very rough outside the arm off stump.
Well, he's going to get a single because there's a long off in place. So Gooley just pushing it out to the long off position and they amble through for the single. The end of the over. Demba, he is now bowled 8 overs, 1 for 9, and the total up to 22 for 3. Yeah, and remember, during the youth series, they were talking about how quick this guy was, and everybody knew about Michael Holding, but they didn't know much about this guy, and said he was really quick. And so it was. He was really quick and was an outstanding fast bowler. But he went into athletics. His name is Simon Newman.
Yes.
And they tell me as well, Reds told me as well, he beat the famous Cuban, Juantarina, in a 400-meter race.
Well, Reds is the walking encyclopedia.
So it was interesting because and they were trying to get Michael Holding into athletics as well. Because he also, you could have seen Michael striding. You knew he would have been a good 400-meter runner. But of course, he opted to go cricket. John has come round the wicket to the left-hander. Very interesting. Yeah, and he decided to stick with cricket, and Seymour Newman went into athletics. So yeah, so John coming round the wicket, obviously looking to angle the ball back into the left-hander,
Which means his line has to be impeccable here because you do not want to give away too many runs. He has some protection though on the long leg boundary.
Yeah, he's bowling with a 6-3 field. There are 2 slips, no gully. He's got a third man.
That's brilliant delivery there. Held its own and went past the outside edge of the bat. He was genuinely beaten
Oh,
here.
he was.
Gooley.
I thought it kept a little bit low as well.
It did.
But a good delivery from John. And Jason Mohammed comes down to just reassure Gooley that don't worry too much. Forget that delivery. Concentrate on the next one.
Yes, and there's some players, you know, who will have similar stories to tell, like Michael Holden and Newman. Remember Courtney Ambrose, a famous basketball
basketballer, yeah.
player in that part of the world. Oh, that's a good delivery. Had to get some edge onto that
Yeah.
one. But John is touching down here on that corridor that will present some problem for goalie.
I think Gooley now, you know, he's got to play his natural game. I think he is so much concentrating on not giving his wicket away that he's putting the bowlers on top. He's allowing Ryan John to dictate what is happening, and I think Gooley has got to free up himself a little bit. I know John is bowling well, but he's got to free up himself a little bit.
Yes, you can't allow the bowler to continue to dominate you. That's the last thing you will want to happen.
That's too wide. Oh, and that's going to run away. That's not a good delivery. Walker tried his best. It hit short. It was short. I thought he was looking to bowl that short delivery on the body of Gooley, but he lost his line. It was wide, very wide of the off stump. And I feel for the wicketkeeper because they've signaled 4 byes. I would have signaled 4 wides because it was so wide. But that's the problem when you're a wicketkeeper.
Yes, and he made a valiant effort.
He couldn't have got it.
Not at all. Could not have gotten it. Give it his best. And he will feel comfortable, Walcott, feeling that, you know, I've given of my best. I couldn't get there. But the sad thing is going to be recorded
That's
against
4
you.
byes. Yeah.
Those are 4 gifted runs. Maybe trying a little bit too hard, Ryan Hines. I said Ryan Hines. Terrence Hines. Hello, Murray. Don't hear that one.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Inderjit. I appreciate that. I think you just did that for me, Ryan Hines.
Ryan John. Get it a little bit closer. You want to bring your slips into play.
Yeah.
Very, very important. I think they should have been maintaining that gully as well if that is what you are on. But I guess at some time you might be thinking too that you need to protect the boundaries. But it's early in the 4th morning.
That's a good shot. That's better, but a bad delivery, a full toss. And Gooley did well. And I think that will give him some confidence now. It was not a good delivery from John. And he was driving sweetly and found that gap. There's just a cover and a mid-off in front of the bat on the offside. And he hit it to the left of cover and down to the boundary for 4. A full toss, really. So 2 pretty bad deliveries from John in this over. The one that went wide of that wicketkeeper where Walcott was diving, couldn't stop it, went down to the boundary, was recorded as 4 byes, and then that full toss from John. I'm just wondering now in the sweltering conditions if he is maybe just tiring a little, but and it may be that Athenaeus may just have to bowl his quicker bowlers in short spells, maybe 4 or 5 overs, and then bring in a fresh face to bowl. But we'll have to wait and see. But Denver, he won't be suffering from tiredness with his run-up. And he's been bowling very well, actually. He's had, 8 overs, 1 for 9. So he's picked up the wicket, but he's not been giving away runs. And Jason Mohammed facing him for the first time, so it's going to be a little more. Should be a little easier for the right-hander against Denver, and he's on driving. So he picks up a single, Jason Mohammed. So he's off the mark, 31 for 3. Good morning, Mr. Williams. How are you? I'm happy to hear that. I know yesterday you were a little bit under the weather.
Yeah, definitely.
But today you you see much more in good spirits. This one outside the off stump. Again, he getting a little bit of bounce. Denver.
A lot more energized than yesterday. Make sure that I took my Omega XL this morning.
Okay.
So
Omega
packed with
XL.
Packed with a lot of energy, you know. But I must say, we really have a good game on our hands
That's
here.
definitely.
Even though Trinidad and Tobago Red Force really control the first 2 days of play, it's really good to see that they're still in with a fighting chance. Normally,
Ooh, that pass close to the off stump. Well, that was excellent judgment on the part of Gooley. That shaved the off stump, as they say, a coat of paint.
I'm not sure if it's good judgment or if it's just misjudgment.
Well, I just want to give him the benefit of the doubt, because that could have taken the coat of paint, as they say.
The reason why I say it's misjudgment is because, remember, Denver is one of those type of bowlers who prefer to come in with the angle to the left-handers. So you have to be very mindful, because he's pitching it down the line of off stump. And if that one sort of just holds its line, he could have missed his off stump there.
Yeah, it certainly was a delivery that could so easily have taken the off stump. But Gooley's he's still there. He's on 15 now. And the end of the over from Denver. At the end of it, it's 32 for 3.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहा है
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
So it seems that Ryan John is going to continue. Thought there may have been a bit of a change in bowling after his last over when he bowled that full toss. And what they've done is that they've put the man at cover just about halfway back to the boundary, and then they've put a short extra cover, and they've got the 2 slips, no gully. Just short of just back of a length there is John. Still very miserly. He's in his 9th over, 1 for 11, and when you consider last over he was struck for a boundary, it's been a good exhibition of fast medium bowling from him.
Well, we are seeing the Ryan John that we're accustomed of. This is what he brought to the attack last season. Continued this season. Really had a off game in the first innings. Like, he didn't really bowl the way we know that he can bowl. But we're seeing the Ryan John that we're accustomed of. Economical, picking up wickets. So this is a good sight. This is really good here for the Volcanoes, knowing that he's bowling the way he's accustomed to bowl.
And he's going to be bowling to Jason Mohammed. Who's only faced 3 deliveries. And the very first delivery he faced from John was wide of the off stump. So he allowed it to go by, and certainly was able to get the pace and the bounce of John. But let's see what he does now. That's a good delivery. Angled back into the right-hander. Jason Mohammed. We're talking about Jason Mohammed. There's been a lot of talk, Kesrick, about his age and keeping out a youngster out of the Trinidad Tobago team. But he's answered his critics. 100 in the first game, 49 against the Windwards, 56 in this first innings. And, you know, we have a tendency in the Caribbean, when you reach a certain age, people want you to pack up, even though you're performing.
And I don't like it.
Yeah.
It is something that's been hampering West Indies cricket as well. I hate it because my thing is, if a player is performing, why not? Because when you look at county cricket, you'll find guys play county cricket and they're
in the late 30s.
in their late 30s.
Yes. Well, look at Jimmy Anderson. I mean, he's a perfect example, isn't he? Man has just got 700 test wickets and he's 40 years of age. And he's probably going to play in the series against the West Indies.
Definitely.
At three
And
test
it's
series.
about respecting your players as well. A guy like that who have the amount of wickets that he have over his test career, you give him the chance to say, okay, it's time, I'm going. You give them that chance. That's showing respect to your players. Something
That's a
really
good
well
shot.
played.
It's not. Is it going to go into the boundary ropes? Yes, it does about now. That's a good shot. Well played by Jason Mohammed. He looks pretty much in nick this morning. He's timing the ball very well. Well, that's a good shot. Yeah, you know, and he's what, 7 wickets away now from Shane Warne. And of course, Shane Warne is 93 wickets, was behind Muratharan, who ended his career with 800 test wickets. Shane Warne is 707, and now Jimmy Anderson 700. So you have to think that in the series against the West Indies, the 3-test series, if he plays 2 or 3 test matches, he's going to go past Shane Warne. And for a fast bowler in particular,
Tremendous achievement.
That's badly lined by John. Lucky he gets away with it. The end of the over, 5 runs coming from it at the end of it. The Red Force, they are 37 for 3. They're still 149 runs away from victory, but they've lost those 3 wickets.
It's 2 fast bowlers that I really admire. Who I really admire over the years. And it's James Anderson. Well, they call him Jimmy Anderson.
Jimmy, yeah.
With his test stats and how he went about doing or bowled throughout his career at the test level. And then there's Bravo, which is T20 stats and how he bowled in T20. And the thing about it, you'll always find the first year of cricket, the first year of international cricket, you will find a player coming in and they start doing well for about a year or so. And that's because a lot of teams don't know him as yet. When you're performing, what happens is that the analysts have a keen eye on you.
Yeah.
They look at you, they find ways that they could, for a batsman, how they can get you out, where you're soft at, where you're not that good at. For bowlers, they try to find out how much delivery, how much slower balls you bowling in a spell, and that's how good they are. Even when you bowl your slow balls, if it's the 4th or 5th deliveries, the percentage of times you bowl your slow balls, if it's the 4th or the 5th deliveries, that's how good these analysts are. But Bravo, over the years, nobody still can't figure out
Yes.
when is he gonna bowl his slow ball. And that is tremendous for such a long career. You're still picking up wickets. You're still catching guys with the slow ball. That's slippery bumper as well.
Yes. He's
And
got it.
also that
He's
Yorker.
got it all in terms of variety. But,
I mean, listen, say what you want about Bravo, but his cricket stats,
oh,
you have to respect it.
correct. That's well played from Gooley. Seems to be now coming to terms a little better with the conditions. He goes to what, 17 now? 38 for 3. And that brings Jason Mohammed back into strike. Interesting field placing here for Jason Mohammed, because they've got that slip, leg slip, forward short leg, and then that short mid wicket in a catching position.
Well, he's getting a bit of turn now. So for me, with this field, if you're actually looking to turn the ball, I'm fine with it. But if you're not, I'll have an issue with it. Can remember I mentioned good batters would always score off this sort of field, especially when you're going down on the line of off stump, because they would access the offside pretty easy. But that's the end of another over. The score is 38 for 3.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहा है
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
Well, it's right. John, is it? Or no, Sherman Lewis is. I thought maybe John got an over too much. He seemed to be tiring a little bit, but he got an extra over and was struck to the boundary by Jason Mohammed. So he's replaced by Sherman Lewis. What, in your view, Kesrick, what does Lewis offer different to Ryan John?
Well, first of all, it's that extra pace. And he does move the ball away from the left-hander, and he can bring it back. That's a no ball. But
Yep.
he can do both things. What Ryan John have over a Sherman Lewis is his consistency. He would consistently go down on that line of the off stump.
Whereas
Whether
Lewis tends to
Wants to
Be-
do different things because
yeah.
he's the one that he has that extra pace.
Pace,
He will bowl
yeah.
that bumper. He will try to attempt the Yorker and can possibly go for a little bit more runs than Ryan John will. Because Ryan John depends a lot on his consistency and being able to nick batters off. Sherman Lewis, on the other hand, with that extra pace, extra yard of pace, he would then bowl his bumpers, try his Yorkers, he will do different things. Whereas Ryan John would be more consistent in terms of his line and length. That's the difference. I did mention to someone the other day, an addition of a Preston McSween in this squad would have caused a lot of problems for teams.
Yeah, he is a fine bowler, is McSween. Oh, that's a beauty. But a no ball again. That pitched and left Gooley.
I think we need a Joey Coro standing as
Yeah, we
silly
need
mid off, silly mid on.
Yeah, we need Athanaze to go up and stand by that popping crease and just look at Lewis. But
some
yeah,
really good deliveries, I
excellent.
must say.
Yeah.
I mean, a bowler coming from a run, getting the ball to go away from the left-hander is always something that you will want.
And not only that, Gooley has been there for a while now. He's been there, for 45 minutes. And to beat him with that type of delivery says a lot for Lewis. And he's pretty nippy as well. He's coming off that pitch for a slow pitch. I thought he got a little bit of bounce there. And movement, of course.
Looking at the team as well, I think someone like a Kavem Hodge would really do well on this surface.
That's a good shot. He's not going to get the boundary because there is protection in the deep. They're going to come back for the second. In the end, that's good running. That's much better than we saw between Charles and Gooley. But they pick up the second run. So Gooley was a delivery right up to him, Yorker length, but wide of the off stump. So he was able just to come down on it and guide it out towards that deep point position. So Gooley goes to 19.
One of the reasons why I mentioned that Kavem Hodge would be really good on this pitch whenever he comes into bowl is the fact that he's not the type that really look to spin the ball much. He can, but he's not the type to look to spin the ball much. And with the way how the pitch is playing up and down, he's a wicket to wicket bowler. So if he can consistently bowl on the...
Oh, that's 4 runs. I'm not sure if he got bat onto it or... No, it's buys again. So he missed it completely, but it was going down the leg side, and Walcott's having a real torrid time with the quicker bowlers when they don't get the line right. They're going wide of the off stump or wide of the leg stump, and there was a dive put in by Walcott, but just couldn't get it. I thought for one minute it may have come off the bat or even the pad, the thigh pad of Gooley, but it took nothing, and Walcott just couldn't. Difficult for a keeper when you have a fast bowler coming round the wicket and heads goods down the leg side.
Well, yeah, and that's the first in swinger actually, but he started it a bit too straight. He's gone over the wicket now.
Yes, he's back over the wicket, and we talked about that. Now he's going to try and get it to come across the left-hander, the ball moving away. That's well played by Gooley. So 46 for 3. The target now 140 left to get. 7 wickets. They started this morning on 10 for 2, the Red Force. Gooley was on 2. Charles was on naught. He went earlier this morning, a brilliant catch in the cover region by Shamar Springer, diving to his left and took it with both hands, and Charles went for 4. It was 21 for 3. It's now these two have added 25 so far, and a lot will depend on this partnership. The Red Force would want them to get just over, at least to take it to over the 100 mark before they lose a wicket. Of course, from a Red Force perspective, they would want them to go right through to 186.
Well, they definitely have a formidable batting lineup. Still have a Centurion in the hut, in Tian Webster. So I'm sure that would be in the back of the mind of the Volcanoes.
And then, of course, you've got Joshua Da Silva. He's scored a century at test level.
Fine player.
That's the end of the over from Lewis. At the end of it, it's 46 for 3. Gooley is 19. Mohammed is on 5. So Demba, I would think, may very well continue unless they want to do a little bit of a change up, but I don't think they will. Demba is going to come back into the attack, and he continues to operate from the Jerry Gomez Media Center or Willie Rodriguez end, and he's had 10 overs, 1 for 12 thus far. Bowling to the right-handed Jason Mohammed, and Mohammed with a half century in the first innings. You would need, from a Red Force perspective, to get at least another half century if they were to try and win this game. And surely the Volcanoes would want to see the back of him. On drive in, trying to get it past the between the bowler and that short mid wicket, almost a straightish mid on, but he's short in a catching position. That's Ambrose.
You can see the skipper, Alec Atene, is shouting out to Ambrose, who's that silly mid on, trying to tell him to get them, but to spin the ball and don't push it. Because if you can spin the ball from there, the field is well set. But if you're not spinning it from here, it would be easy peasy for a guy like Jason Mohammed. As I always mention, at the higher level, of batters will bat on the line of the leg stump, and anything coming down on middle stump and off stump, they will play it through the offside, giving themselves a little bit of room. Only 2 fielders on the offside. Well, 3. Bit of turn from Kenneth Dem, and that's what we want from him. He's really the leading spinner in this attack. He has picked up 5 wickets in the first innings. So he has gone 6 wickets already. 10 overs, 12 runs. This is 11th over. As long as you're spinning the ball from there, that's when you start to create a lot of problems. End of another over. The score is 46 for 3.
A maiden over, which is important. Keeping things tight is Kenneth Demba. And look at that, 46 for 3 from 28 overs. That just shows you how much of a struggle it has been for the Red Force. And it all started yesterday when Mohan and Otley were dismissed very cheaply. The Red Force at that time, they were 8 for 2. Both batsmen, in fact, surviving chances and wasn't able to capitalize. But Lewis is going to continue. He's going to come in for his 5th over. None for 5 so far from 4. And is he gonna go back over the wicket, or is he gonna continue over the wicket to the left-handed Gooley? Yes, he is. Anthony is very meticulous with his field placing. Went up towards where the batsman is standing and was shifting the man at a deep cover position. It's a short, not well lined. They're going to pick up a single at least because the ball goes out to Springer, who's been pretty good in the field even up to yesterday and this morning. Took that very good catch to dismiss the night watchman. I was making the point at that point, and I have to harp on it again, Kesrick. You were not on air. I thought it was a terrible piece of running between Charles and Gooley. When Charles played the ball towards a deep mid-wicket, the fieldsman picked it up, I would say maybe a yard or so from the boundary rope, and they ran 2. It should, this is a team that's trying to get to 186. Every run is going to be important. And what happened 2 balls later? Charles goes when they should have run 3 rather than 2. That's a good delivery. Straightens on Mohammed, was pushing at it. And I think when the ball went past the bat, he was tucking the bat inside the line. That's a good delivery from Lewis. Yeah, it's a running between the wickets. People don't understand how vital it is, because you put the bowlers under pressure, and especially if you have a left-hander and a right-hander batting, that change a line, you would know. It's always, you got to come back now and adjust. If you've been bowling to a right-hander, adjust now to bowl to the left-hander.
And there's a lot of bowlers that's not really comfortable bowling to left and right every delivery, but that one just leaving Jason Mohammed.
Not a great shot. He was just standing there and fanning at it. That anything could have happened. Yeah, it's always a difficult thing. And a lot of people, a lot of bowlers as well, seem not to like to bowl to left-handers. But there's so many left-handers now in the game at regional level. Unlike maybe many years ago, you could have picked the number of left-handers on each of the teams. That's just going to get the single because that's a good bit of fielding as Solozano comes off the boundary to limit the scoring. Just a single. That was well played, well controlled by Jason Mohammed. Brings the left-handed Gooley back into strike. He's on 20, Gooley, from 84 balls. So it's been a very patient knock. And it's the kind of knock the Red Force would need, but they would want him now to carry on. He's done all the hard work.
What I would like to see is if these batters, both batters, can take it to lunch, but then another wicket here add more complexity to the game.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think when you look through the Red Force batting lineup, you've got De Silva, you've got Webster, then you've got the all-rounder in Hines. So it's not much left in terms of, if you pick up a wicket here, the Volcanoes would think that, hey, they've got more than an outside chance. But of course, as you rightly said, Webster is coming off 100. De Silva is a West Indies player. Well, he got away with that. He was looking to angle it, I thought, much squarer, but it flashed past Athene just to his left, down to the boundary for 4. It was short, And there was Gooley just opening the face there, but went very close to the second slip, but went down to the boundary for 4. So the 50 is now up. It's 52 for 3. Gooley is on 24, 135 runs left to win.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहा है
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
$134 runs left for the Red Force to win this game, as Denver is going to continue. The off spinner bowling to the right-handed Jason Mohammed. And they're going to pick up an easy single, as that was delivery just lined on the leg stump and may have just turned slightly, and all Mohammed did was to go with the turn and play it down to that deep backward square leg position, and he picks up an easy single.
Well, the way how he's bowling, I don't think we're going to see a change from this end.
What about Cyrus? Any thoughts on him? At some time, you talked about Hodge, but the leg spinner. I mean, if you got to bowl him, you got to bowl him early. You can't leave it too late.
Do have a point. There's Daryl Cyrus still. But what we're getting here from Kenneth Denver, he's gone. This is 12th over now, 13 runs, 1 wicket. He's adding pressure, and he took a wicket already. So it's hard to really move him from this end.
Loud appeal goes up, not out, and the Denver can't believe it. He's walked across the mid wicket. Some of the other fielders are really disappointed with that decision, and I think they're asking the umpire. So Denver just can't believe that was given not out. Let's have a look at it.
I did mention the fact that he has that one that comes in with the angle. Really, what is that missing?
I wonder what umpire Crawford is. Did he think that Gooley got some sort of baton to that?
I'm gonna leave you to use the words here, Murray.
Yeah,
There's no way. Like it's.
Did he get baton to it? Yeah.
I'm looking. I want to see.
He seemed to get some baton to it. That's the only thing. If he got baton to it. Let's have a look.
There's no way he could get bat onto that. The
Well,
bat is behind the pad.
Let's have a look. But that's
I
the
want
only
to see it
thing.
again because the bat is behind the pad.
You need to show it another 3 times for Kesrick, okay? Let's have a look again.
Everyone went up.
I tell you what, the only thing could save him there is if he got some kind of bat onto it. And the feeling is in the box here, Kesrick behind me, is that some of the guys here think he did get some bat onto it. But here's Denver again.
But it's the end of the over. It's 53 for 3. But for the viewers' sake and for my sake and also
For your sake, forget the viewers, for your sake.
For Murray's sake, we want to see it again because we want to make sure that we got it right.
Well, Kesrick wants to see it again.
It's a drinks break
Let's
here.
have it, yeah, it is.
But it was pitched in line. The bat is behind the pad, so there's no way it can have any sort of connection with the bat.
I honestly, I'm in doubt still. I hear what you're saying, but I'm not sure. Honestly, I'm not sure. But it's a drinks break here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's a 53 for 3. The Red Force having to get to 186. And as the players go off for drinks, we're going to take a little bit of a break here. So after the drinks break, the players are just about getting ready to resume here. Sherman Lewis is going to pick up the attack from that Brian Lara Pavilion end and is going to be bowling to the right-handed Jason Mohammed, who is on 7. Total 53 for 3. And Inderjeet Prasad has come back to replace a very irate Kesrick Williams. He was adamant that there was no way Gooley could have got any bat onto the previous over from Denver, and the players went up for LBW. They're very unhappy that he was not given. And I think in the GT you had a different opinion. You thought he may have got some sort of bat onto it.
Well, that's the only thing to save him out
Yeah.
in the middle, because
Yeah.
that was dead on, was straight in front. And I think in the mind of umpire Shannon Crawford, there must have been an edge. My interpretation of what I saw, it could have been an edge there. And that's the only thing to save him.
Kesrick feels that the bat was behind the pad, so there
Yeah.
was no way he could have got bat onto it. But,
Well, that's gone.
unless we zoom in and get Snicko and things like that. They go through for an easy single. Yeah, unless we can get to Snicko and zoom in. Unfortunately, we don't have that technical ability.
The Volcanoes, they were
You can
adamant.
Ronnie is saying he can zoom in, so
Yes, so we yes, Ronnie, bring it on so that, we have a good look at that one. The thing was, he was plumb in front, no doubt about that. The
Yeah.
only question in
Did
the
he-
mind
did he
of
get
the
any
umpire,
bat onto
that there
it?
was an
Yeah.
edge onto it. But the Volcanoes, they were ecstatic. They thought they would have gotten Gooley there. Well, he lives to fight another day.
and he is in fact facing up to Lewis.
A little bit surprised that we did not see Kavin Hodge so far. I thought he bowled pretty well yesterday afternoon.
He bowled wicket to wicket, didn't he?
Yes,
And,
and on this sort of pitch, and when this total is not a huge one that the opposition is chasing down, you want to dry up the runs. I think the Red Force, they have done pretty well so far. They have added how many? 43 runs this morning.
In a 70 minutes, which
Yes.
isn't bad.
No, not at all. That's right on target. I think that's within their game plan, looking for that 186.
So Lewis he's getting that ball to come across the left-handed Gooley. Gooley's on 24. He's been under some pressure. 91 deliveries he's faced. But he's certainly been under a little pressure. He's been tough though. Give him credit. He came in yesterday on some, in some difficult circumstances. Batted through yesterday. Ended the afternoon on 2. So he's moved on to 24 now. But the important thing for the Red Force is that he's still there. And this partnership, as we're saying, it needs to go at least until lunch. I think if these two were to carry on to lunch, you would feel that Red Force would be slightly on top. They may just have their noses ahead, but it can still go anyway, a wicket or two, and the whole complexion of this game changes.
Well, there's still 7 wickets for the Volcanoes to get at this stage. I feel they're very well with their whole neck in front.
Well, okay. More than the nose. I hear you. And
But
you're probably right. I mean, 186. Again, the pitch may be keeping slightly, the odd one, keeping slightly low. But other than that, the pitch is not a lot of turn. And Demba, even though Demba is a steady bowler. He bowls up, doesn't extract a lot of turn, but he keeps a good line, he keeps a good length, he gets some bonks. And I think that's where he's a difficult proposition.
Yes, he has bowled well so far. Kenneth Demba picked up a 5-wicket haul in the first innings and continues to bowl well here today. Wrapped on the pad, a shout for leg before, and umpire Nigel Dugan is going to say not out. Sherman Lewis trying for all his worth, with both hands on his knees, wondering why, but the over has been completed. 54 for the loss of 3.
Let's have a look at that. Yeah, definitely going down the leg, isn't it?
Yes, that was surely going down the leg side. Do we have that slow motion replay, Ronnie? Ronnie says, yes, he's going to work at it a little later. But that's now all history.
Yeah, it's you know, you've got to put those things behind you. You out there on the field, you think somebody's out, the umpire says not out, and I'm sure it has gone the other way. I'll point to Joshua Da Silva when he went LBW to Springer in the first innings. I thought the ball was, we all thought the ball may have been going down the leg side. So, you know, you win some, you lose some, and you know, it's like when you edge a ball behind and the umpire says not out and you've edged it, you continue to bat. There's sometimes you play, you miss, and the umpire gives you out. So it's, you know, it tends to, a lot of people have said to me, a lot of the former cricketers says, listen, at the end of the day, it evens itself out. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't.
So Demba, I thought he has bowled brilliantly so far. 1 for 13. He's going to begin his 13th over, and he continues to wheel away from the commentary box end. Now, Gooley took a little while there, Colin, before he decided to go through for the single.
Yeah, I thought that at one stage, and Springer, I didn't think Springer was that deep. I just thought he may have been caught off guard there because he should have attacked that ball. And you're right. I thought Gooley was, I think Gooley didn't think that Mohammed was looking for the single.
Well, he was on the move when he played the shot, Jason Mohammed. And here is where, you know, your teammate at the striker's end must be concentrating on what's happening there. It could have been an easy single if he picked off at the same time at the last moment when he decided to go for it. Well, good for him because he has made his ground.
Well, the battle continues between Demba and Gooley.
And I think Demba will have a lot of bowling to do in this game. Economically, he has done a tremendous job. He has picked up a wicket. He's given his heart out so far. Now, that's not the right length.
Yeah, badly lined as well. They're going to pick up a couple of runs. Certainly the first delivery we've seen from Demba that has really gone offline, isn't it? He was just drifting into the pads of Gooley on the leg stump, and he just worked it because there's no deep backward square. There's a forward short leg, there is a mid wicket and a mid on, so you don't expect him to drift outside the line of the left leg stump. Here he goes again.
And that has been a rarity from him. Other than that, he has pitched the ball well, like you mentioned, at the right line. The length is good. It's created some problems here for the Red Force.
Oh, that's bounces over the head of the short cover and it goes into the boundary. That was well struck, and unfortunately it hit into the turf, went over the head of the short extra cover and Hodge. Now they've brought Hodge in to orthodox mid-off position. He was at long off, but they brought him into mid-off, and Gooley picks up 4 runs. That will give him some confidence, and what they've done now, they've decided to put Hodge back to a long off position.
Yes, and Sunil Lambris, a nasty bounce he got there. Good chase though. Well, in that sandy area, you're not going to dive to save anything there. And Gooley just beginning to open up here a little bit more.
At the end of the over from Demba, he's completed his 13th over, 1 for 20. And the Red Force, they're up to 61 for 3. Still 125 runs needed.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहा है? Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. Look at this.
Well, Daryl Cyrus is into the attack now, and I was asking Kesrick because he mentioned Hodge, and I said, well, what about Cyrus? And he said, well, yeah. He said, well, he's one of the main spinners, and you've got to introduce, now if you're going to introduce Cyrus, now is the time to do it, because they're still, 125 runs away from victory. Give him the opportunity, and he's going to be bowling from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Give him the opportunity He's just one slip. Protect the boundary areas and see what he can do.
Not a bad start here from Cyrus. And he's expected to get some spin on this pitch. It's a last day pitch. There is some dust on it. Pitch is in the right areas. Can cause some problems. So far, good start. So there's a variety in the Volcanoes attack. We've seen the off spinner. Now we've seen the leg spinner.
We haven't seen Springer for the morning, which is a little bit surprising.
That one kept pretty low.
Yep, because it was short, and you could see Mohammed. He was going on the back foot to hit it square on the offside. Kept a little bit low.
Yes, and the Volcanoes, they want another wicket before that lunch session. And, you know, they have a lot of heart. They've played well so far in this year's championship. Unbeaten run. Well, should have done better with that one, Cyrus. Can't be playing football there. Should have been going down and stopping it. You have given away an easy single.
Well, I suppose if you're going to play football, you've got to be a good footballer. And Cyrus didn't show that at all. And he should have stopped it because you wanted to put Mohammed under a little pressure, keep him at one end. But you're giving away the single. Now they're putting some pressure on Ghoulie because they've now attacking with Mohammed. It was just one slip. Now we're seeing there's a slip, a leg slip, and a forward short leg. Very interesting.
Yes, not a bad ploy at all because you need wicket. Oh, why did he just try not to get the body behind that one? It was hit pretty hard by Ghoulie, and now he's wringing the finger there. I thought he had enough time to get around. You see, that's one of the problem between, or the difference between an excellent fielder and somebody who's actually good. Anticipation is the key.
He had to be careful because that's Demba at that short
His right
mid-wicket, and it is right hand. He put it, and he's still wringing that hand of his.
Yes, what that did was to just get Ghoulie off the pressure. The over has been completed, 63 for the loss of 3.
Yes, and Ghoulie's on 31, or he's on 30 now. No, he's on 31. Mohammed is on 10, and 63 for 3. 123 away from victory. So they're whittling down the target, these two.
And once they are there together, the left-hand, right-hand combination, they will score the singles, the twos, and the occasional boundary. Ghoulie, he's fighting himself through in this innings. Yesterday he was on 2. Today he has scored 29 runs. And he has occupied the crease, which is of vital importance for the Red Force.
It's been tough for him. But you know, it's been a good innings from him because I'll tell you what, he's been under pressure. It's not the kind of a free-flowing innings. He's the type of player that likes to put bat on to ball. But it's been a struggle for him. And you have to give him credit that he's fought this innings through.
Well, he has shown so far that he's a good fighter. These are difficult circumstances. You're having an off-spinner who is bowling well, pitching in the right areas. You have to contend with that. And showing good judgment here, just pulling the bat behind the pad and allowing one to go by.
It's Demba just threatening him just outside the line of that off stump.
And I think here watching Demba, that's an individual who I think the coaches can work with. He has a lot of talent, Demba. He's a tall guy. Does exert a little bit of spin on the ball. That's an area he needs to work on. And his flight as well. Because it is the flight that gives you the opportunity to use the pitch effectively. When you flight it, you get the bite, you get the turn. I want to see him exert a little bit more turn on that. And here is where your fingers come in, Colin. The fingers that's going to spin this ball, they must be strong. Oh, that's a good delivery. But he judged it well, Ghoulie. He has been there for a long time, right in front of his thumbs, but the bat was in front of the pad. played well.
Yeah, it was a quicker delivery from Demba as well, and you could see the hands went up, but Gooley had to come down on it quickly and did well. And beaten again outside that line of the off stump. So a good over from Demba. He's completed 14 overs now, 1 for 20, and the Red Force, they are 63 for 3, 123 runs away from victory.
Yes, and self-belief is so important in any walks of life. The Volcano, I think they have great self-belief. So too, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So what you are watching at the moment, what we are watching too, is a grim battle between bat and ball. Another wicket here, you will see, we'll watch. This game is even Steven so far.
So you would not say at that point in time the Red Force, their neck is ahead?
No, not at all. I think with these two at the wicket, you don't want to lose either of the two of them. That is why a good advantage is on the Red Force team. I mean, at regional cricket and the position they are 63 for the loss of 3 states in down 186, they should be getting those runs.
Yeah, they should be. And I think we made the point. No devil in the wicket.
No, not at all.
The odd one may keep low. It's a good shot. Short delivery. That's going to run into the boundary. That's good fielding. That's excellent. By Lewis. Yep, down on the deep point. I thought it was going to run into the boundary, but he was across quickly. And what he did, he put in the dive to stop it from going into the boundary. That was excellent. He saved 2 runs, no doubt.
Brilliant fielding. Had to run a long way. He sprinted for that one and saved a boundary there for his team. And that is what you want to see.
Driven there by Mohammed, but finding Ambrose at cover. He just needs to maybe get it to the left of extra cover, to the right of cover. Just a single. I don't think they're going to chance the second because Lewis is quick and sends a really good return. And just a single this time, but that's good. Cyrus just pushing it through, but being a little short outside the line of the off stump, so it's giving Mohammed the width to cut that delivery, and he's going on. What is good about Mohammed so far, he's certainly not being bogged down. He's playing his shots, he's looking to attack the loose deliveries, and he's batted well since he's come out.
Yes, he has looked the part, nothing to bother him whatsoever. Gooley would have had his anxious moments. A forcing shot down towards wide mid-off, can't score.
Probably was looking for the gap.
Yes.
Trying to get it just through extra cover. There's a huge gap between, I would say, more of a squarish cover and that wideish mid-off. He stopped it, and that was not a bad stop, because I tell you what, the man at wide mid-off, it would have been questionable whether he could have got across to his left in time. And even though Cyrus pushed it and they get the single, I think he could have very well have stopped a ball from going into the boundary. So one more to the total, 67 for 3 at the end of the over from Darrell Cyrus.
Yes, and wherever you are taking the broadcast from the Queen's Park Oval here, let me remind you that overnight, Red Force, they were 10 for the loss of 2 chasing down, 186 for victory. They needed 176 more when they started day number 4. That's the final day with Gooley on 2. Charles didn't score. Well, today Charles was caught by Springer off Ryan John for 4. It was 21 for the loss of 3. The first hour producing 43 runs, 1 wicket falling. Since then, these two have joined partnership and they continue to make good inroads in eating away at that score they're looking for victory. Demba so far continues to bowl well. He's in his 15th over. Good spell from this end, has given his team some hope. Picking up 1 for 20, the off spinner. Yes, and reading the ball nicely off the pitch this time. Gooley standing tall on the back foot and forcing it down towards mid-off. So he's growing in confidence. What Demba should do, patience is the name of the game. He has shown a lot of that. Continue to bowl into that rough patch. Good flowing drive down towards long off and picks up a single in the process without any difficulty. Thought we would have had a few more spectators here today at the Queen's Park Oval.
I would have thought so myself, as Red Force trying to get victory.
So Jason Mohammed is back in strike. There's a leg gully for Jason Mohammed. Not a bad ploy whatsoever with the right arm off spinner. But it's easy pace, this pitch now. Mohammed had all the time in the world to watch it.
He's got to hurry. Well, I thought he would have gone at the wicketkeeper's end, but I thought there was a little bit of hesitation between Mohammed and Ghuli when they decided to go for it.
I think Ghuli there, Colin, wasn't confident whether Mohammed is going to come through for the shot, because when he played the shot, he was watching the ball while running. So you never know when, a batter does things like that. I remember there was a run out the other day. Tejanarayan Chandapal actually run out young Machu Nandu against the Barbados Pride. Took off for the run then and, just turned back. The over's been completed, 6-9 for the loss of 3.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहा है? Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. Look at this.
Yes, the entire Caribbean and those in the United States of America will be waiting anxiously for the ICC World Cup T20 tournament, jointly hosted by the West Indies and the United States of America. Lots of ground, continue to be prepared for that event. Building process, cleaning, painting, whatever, marketing is being done as well. We are looking forward for that tournament.
Certainly, it's going to be very interesting indeed, as Cyrus is going to continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. He's just had 3 overs, none for 6, so he's been pretty economical. That work runs off the outside edge. Solozano is giving chase, and that's good fielding in the end. Limited scoring just to a single.
Yes, and give credit to Jason Mohammed there. He was pushing forward. I think he read it nicely. And at the last moment, just opening the face of the bat and guiding it away down towards third man, and he collects a single. So here is where the experience of Mohammed comes in. He's not going to come out and bash at the ball. He realized that, listen, there are scoring opportunities, and I'm playing every ball on its merit.
So Ghuli back in strike. He's on 33. It's been tough for him from 114 balls. He's a type of player in the JIT that he likes to play shots. He likes to get on with it. So as I keep saying, this has been a pretty disciplined innings by him.
Yes, he's a fighter. He's been fighting it out on the middle there. There were a number of anxious moments for him, but the main thing, his presence is still out in the middle.
Go through for another quick single. That's good running.
Yes, that's great cricket. He knew once he played it with soft hands, there is always going to be a single, because the fielder is placed at the side of the umpire at short cover.
Yeah, that's Kevin Hodge, the man there. But that's brings up the 50 partnership between these two. And they were 21 for 3 when Mohammed came in to join Ghuli. And they've taken it to 71 for 3. So it's been good tough cricket. And give the Volcanoes credit. I think they've bowled well. Yes, they've bowled some loose deliveries, but in general, they bowled well.
Yes, I agree with you, Colin. Overall, it has been good bowling. Ryan John, I thought this morning was a little bit wayward, had a 4 byes, which is credited to the wicket keeper. Sherman Lewis too had one that sprayed away. Keeper had no chance, went to the boundary for 4. Other than that, has it gone on to hit the
bowled
stump
him.
there?
Yes.
Yes, it has.
He was looking to cut a delivery well. Our back is to his back is to us, so we wasn't sure. The wicketkeeper was in front of us, so we could not see. But the way they got on, he looked to cut it, but he's played it back onto his stumps. And what a huge wicket here for Cyrus. So he's coming. He's made the breakthrough. Mohammed is absolutely berserk. He's going mad at himself as he's walking off, of course, out of the picture. But you could see him very, very upset. He knows it was a mistake. Let's have a look. We can see it now, front on here. As he was just looking to dab it. That was not a good shot. He should have been playing it with the full face of the bat, getting it out towards mid-off. But he was trying to dab that delivery. So you're now looking to play it with half of the bat rather than the full face of the bat. He missed it. It went on to hit the off stump, and away goes Mohammed, bowled by Cyrus for 15. It's 71 for 4. What a good breakthrough from Cyrus.
Yes, absolutely. So the leg spinner has served his team well. That was a good delivery, kept pretty low, and Jason Mohammed there just misread the bounce of the ball. Too close to play that shot. The edge found and it cannoned into the wicket. And now we can safely say this game now has hung in the balance. I think it's 50-50 chance for both teams. That's the wicket they've been working on, and they've gotten the experience. Jason Mohammed, he has gone for 15, and after a 50-run partnership between Mohammed and Gooley, the Volcanoes have been able to pick up a wicket. This is great fight by the Volcanoes, and they're telling us why they have won 3 consecutive matches. No team will bulldoze them. Self-belief, is what they have, and I think they're coming to the party irregardless of what happened to this match. Colin Murray has left me. Keswick Williams have joined me. Hello to you, Keswick.
Hello to you, Fasad. Looks a little bit dark here in Trinidad over Queen's Park Cricket Club. But I came in, and as soon as I walked through the doors, wicket fell.
Well, I think you should go out again and walk through again. Appeal there? Well, not out, says the umpire. It was ever so close, but this is good bowling by Cyrus.
They're doing exactly what we expect of them in terms of how they have been bowling throughout the first.
Well, he got the edge there actually and put down in the slip. Well, did it got into the keeper's gloves and then ricochet to the field at first slipper? Ah, that was so close.
Went straight to the
Straight.
field at first slip, but it did a bit too much for Alec Athenaeus, but just what we expected them to do, what we have saw over the 3 games in Jamaica. They're doing exactly that. They're bowling the areas. They're consistently, creating opportunities for a wicket. Darren Cyrus, I could remember all morning, Murray was asking for Darren Cyrus being introduced. He's here now, and he's presenting opportunities. So this is looking good for the Volcanoes.
Yes, he flights the ball nicely. I love that over. It was a testing one, and Joshua De Silva can thank his lucky star, the skipper, that he's still out in the middle. And look at Demba. Give full credit to Kenneth Demba, the off spinner. He has touched down nicely there. He's been very disciplined. Pitched the ball in the right areas. Got some turn, not big turn, but has troubled especially the left-handed Jid Gooley.
Still think he's bowling a little bit too full, a tad too full, because fuller you bowl as a spinner, the less it turns. But I think he should probably pull it back just a tad, not too much.
And you bring
Give it time to turn.
Yes, you bring your slip into play. Now,
Exactly, bring your slip into play.
yeah.
And also the wicket is, the pitch is, it's keeping low, but every now and again that odd bounce.
Good. This was a better length, but it was lined with the leg stump. That's the reason why goalie was getting it away down towards the short forward square. If he can bowl that length and get it on the line of the off stump, it will create some bother.
The length that he needs to bowl here is that length of uncertainty. Whether he should come forward, whether he should go back. And that by that time he decides it's a bit too late. That's the length that he needs to bowl.
He's in the 16th over. His final ball in this over, 1 for 22. Brings his man onto the front foot. Poses for the camera, Jid Gooley. The over's been completed. It's 71 for the loss of 4. Gooley on 34. Jason Mohammed just went for 15. Those are the guys that are back in the pavilion. Mohan yesterday made 1. Otley 2. Charles today 4. And Gooley made 15. So, match on here today. And you always had that feeling with the way both teams have played that this is going to come down to the wire. It has lived up to the expectations so far. Just wondering if you're having some rain in the north. Ronnie knows this is his country. Is it dust we're seeing? Let's look between the Caribbean stand and the Brian Lara Pavilion. In that distance, is it rain? Is it mist? Is it the Sahara dust? But over the Queen's Park Oval, we're having some clouds.
That one just punched out to the sweep era. Just one though.
Yes, the singles are not going to hurt them too much. I mean, you expect this is going to happen. But the good thing is that Cyrus has been pitching well. He's getting some turn. The occasional delivery will keep low. And I think he will relish the chance to bowl to Gooley here. There's a huge open gap between the wide mid-off and the cover. So he might be eyeing that once it's pitched to outside the line of the off stump. Very tight bowling here. And you string a few deliveries like that will surely make the batters think differently. And this is beautifully played by Jid Gooley. Rocked on the back foot, opened the face, took it on the up. Will not get to the boundary, but they will surely go back and complete 3. Good looking runs. He got the bounce he was looking for, Jid Gooley, and he gets 3 runs through the covers.
Really played it well. Just played it on top the bounce. Really got on top of it nicely.
So that's going to do his confidence a lot of good. He has gone on to 37. He has faced 124 balls. The kind of innings that the game dictates. That's a good ball. Nicely tossed up here by Cyrus, the leg spinner. Had Joshua De Silva coming out to reach it. Played it well. Just a solitary slip. There was an air of danger on the back foot. A quicker delivery, keeping low, but he managed to squeeze it out down towards short, fine third man as the over has been completed. 75 for the loss of 4. Been good battle so far here in this final day, starting the day knowing they required a further 176. Both teams. We've seen some good bowling. We've seen some good fielding. We've seen good batting as well. Joshua De Silva, the skipper, must be feeling, I must set the example out here in the middle. Has a chance. He will want to capitalize on that. Yeah, that's a good delivery, but they still managed to squeeze a single here. Jid Gooley went past the silly mid-off and they got the single.
A lot of patience shown here by Jet Gooley. 38 of 125 balls.
And Keswick, you've looked at the Volcanoes bowl this morning. You have bowled absolutely well. The fielders has been good as well. There's anything you would have done differently?
It's an improvement from the first innings, so you would have to be satisfied with that. Obviously, there's always room for improvement, but from what we have seen in the first innings, this is definitely an improvement. So we're satisfied with this, and they're showing fight, showing why they're at the top of the table.
And this is a good length to bowl to Joshua De Silva. You want come get me, you have to come down the track. And he's having him stretching on the front foot, playing defensively. Well, he floored it. Did it go? Yes. I think he got some bat onto that one. I'm not too certain, but they were shout of catch it. But the reaction from the Volcanoes might very well come off the top of the pad. We shall see on the replay. This time it's forced down towards long off and they get the single.
Not really sure if it did come off the bat. As a bowler, you'd always act like this, especially if there's a slim chance. So I'm not sure if it was a slim chance or
But based on the reaction of the fielders out
it's
there,
just a normal reaction for Kenneth
yes,
Demba. But it's the end of the over, end of another over, just 2 from it. Score is 77 for 4.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं? Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
with 109 to win, Cyrus the leg spinner continues. And drawing Joshua De Silva into the defensive shot. Good tight rein here by Cyrus. Was so happy the Volcanoes when they saw the back of Jason Mohammed. If you can bowl so that you dry up the run, Red Force then will begin to feel you have to do something differently. Now once it's lined with the leg stump here, there's a gap between the mid-on and the forward square. There's always going to be a single, and the Silva played well, ensuring he make use of that position. Back comes Gooley, and the forward short leg, the leg gully and the slippers come back in play. Some good torn here this time. Well, he's a big boy, Jid Gooley. Standing tall, just a little movement onto the back foot, kept his balance nicely, kept it down. Went away down towards short, mid-on. Good fielding this time. Good alert. Once it passed him, there was always going to be a single.
It's a really good effort shown by the Volcanoes on the last day of play. Good energy as well.
Yeah, the grit, the determination. And that is what you want to see. And played with soft hands again. That's a deliberate shot by Jid Gooley. Just opening the face, soft hands to bring the over to an end. It's 78 for the loss of 4. And to win, they're still looking for 107 more.
Game still in balance, I would say.
Yes.
losing 4 wickets. Kenneth Demba is still operating. This is 18th over, just 24 runs.
And Kenneth Demba, he is bowled on change from this end. That will tell you the commitment, the energy level, and he looks very, very fit indeed.
And it's quite understandable as well.
Yes.
I mean, if you have a spinner that's creating problems, presenting opportunities to take a wicket, not going for runs, and spinning the ball like that as well.
Yes, and
He's not one that is really known to turn the ball. But here we're seeing that in the second innings, so it's an improvement. I did have a conversation with him after the first innings. So he's bowling a touch slower now. And he's giving the ball time to turn. So which is really good. If he can continue to grow like that, he would only get better.
yes. And he's going to get a single there. A little bit too short and allowing Gooley to get on the back foot. Bisecting the backward point and the short cover brings the sweeper in. Good looking shot, gets a single. And he's somebody who, you know, can work with. I think he has all the qualities in raising his game to another level. And he has wickets to show for that. A 5-wicket haul in the first innings and continues to bowl well here in the second innings. 1 for 25, and this is his 18th over. Those are definitely good figures. So cool conditions out in the middle here at Queen's Park Oval. We have lost the sunshine, some cloud cover, not heavy with condensation. A little bit on the lighter side, but surely blocking the sun away.
Pretty sure that the players out there wouldn't mind the covering. I'm sure they would love to have had this on the first day, but it's the end of the over. It's 81 for 4. Red Force still in search of 105. But really good figures here. Ryan John 1 for 16, Kenneth Demba 1 for 26. Darryl Cyrus 1 for 24 from 6. Kenneth Demba 18 overs, 25 runs. This is a good comeback from what they have shown in the first innings. And then we still have Shamar Springer, who haven't really bowled for the day. He's one that is very committed in terms of line and length. He's good at that as well. Him and Ryan John is up there when it comes to wicket in this tournament.
Yeah, they have taken wickets, and Shamar Springer has proven his all-round qualities. Wow, that's a good delivery. Beautifully bowled here by Cyrus. Beaten all ends up. Joshua De Silva. Bounce and turn. And I think that the keeper took it well too. This should encourage Cyrus to get it more often in that part of the pitch. Was an excellent delivery. Well bowled again and showing good judgment this time, De Silva. It was just outside the line of the off stump. So pretty close indeed. So they realized, the Volcano, that they could have done better with the bat in the first innings, having scored at 191. They need to back that up with the bowling in the bowling department. And they're doing well. They're no pushover. They have gelled well as a team. And the display out in the middle is good. The Red Force, it's not all their way in getting to that 186. They have to fight for it. And they are fighting. Another good delivery. That was tantalizing. That's good on drive down towards wide mid-on and picking up the single in the process. Good use of the feet too by Joshua De Silva there, getting to the pitch of the leg spinner and stroking it away in the onside field has brought Jid Goli back in strike. The final delivery coming up in this Daryl Cyrus over. Just pushing the backward square a little further out. Good fielding to his own bowling. It's 82 for the loss of 4. Cyrus 1 for 15. Kenneth Demba 1 for 26 so far. The two bowlers who are in operation. And with another 9 minutes or so to go for the lunch session. This can be very, very tricky, especially when you come very close to the end of a session. The thinking is that I protect my wicket. What the Red Force will want to do here now is not to be complacent whatsoever. And the bowling here now must be of the tightest. So you add to that little pressure that they feel, the little nerves that might be there. They're all humans, and these things do happen. Nobody wants to lose their wicket when it comes pretty close towards the break.
That in itself can leave you open up as well. I think it's all about being positive
I agree with you.
and not put yourself in a shell. Because sometimes put yourself in a shell could really leave an opening chance.
Yes, you put yourself straight into the opposition's hand.
But being positive and also being well calculated as well. Not doing anything out of the ordinary.
Positive simply mean play sensible cricket. This is good bowling. That was floated nicely, the off spinner coming over the wicket here to the right-hander. A leg gully and a forward short leg and a solitary slipper. Nicely tossed up, saying to De Silva, you want to go over wide mid-off. There was somebody down there at mid-off. Take the chance, come down the track. This is good bowling by Kenneth Demba. Yeah, tight. Bat and pat close together by the right-hander. Good battle going on here. This time on the back foot, and he allows the right-hander to force it down towards long on and gets a single. Good looking shot all along the ground. The slow nature of the pitch gave him all the opportunity he needed to play that kind of shot. And Alec Athanaze has handled his charges very well. I think he's on top of his game as this delivery is punched down towards short mid-off. Can't get past the fielder. Gooley, he's kept on 40. Joshua De Silva on 6. It's 83 actually for the loss of 4.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
So with just maybe 2 of us to go before the lunch session, we are watching the leg spinner Cyrus. Wow, beaten outside the line of the off stump. Well, give him the benefit there actually. I thought for initially he might be beaten, but Joshua De Silva, looking at the ball, might have very well pulled the bat inside the line. Let's look at the replay and see what happened there. Well, he was genuinely beaten.
Some good purchase here, Prasad.
Yes. Bowl more of that, Cyrus. And once he pitches it in that direction, and the good thing about that delivery before this one, it was given a little bit more air, allowing the dust on the pitch to do its trick. That was a good ball, and that has forced now Athanaze to employ another slip. So we're having 2 slips there. Not a bad ploy. And a quicker delivery cut past the second slip, and it will head towards the fine third man boundary for 4. Good looking shot this time. A little bit wider outside the off stump, and he got the boundary.
Yeah, got it past second slip as well. It was well played.
So that's
Very late as well.
Yes.
So it's actually, he wanted it to go in that area. But I think that was a very loose delivery. I mean, you're spinning the ball, you're bringing him on the front foot. You would want to continue that. You found the edge already. It was dropped by skipper Athanaze. You want to do that as much as possible. Don't try to change it.
And consistency is the key word here. Patience as well. There's a drive. Looking for that area between the short extra cover and the cover field. Got past the extra cover, but couldn't beat the cover. And that's short and pulled around. That's going to go out a very long way. In fact, it has gone away for 4. Good shot, making full use of a bad delivery by Cyrus. He knows it. And that's the end of the over. At the end of it, it's 91 for the loss of 4. They required 94 more runs to win. And that's a good over as far as scoring. 2 boundaries came off it.
Deserved the treatment there. That delivery. It's always sliding down leg. The silver equal to the task. Sunil Ambrose being introduced now. I think it's this probably might be the last over before lunch.
So, just looking to break the ice here a little and get a wicket. The Volcanoes. Red Force will be looking to preserve their wicket. Gooley will be facing up here from Ambrose. They're looking for his golden arm to pick a wicket, like Kavim Hodge did yesterday afternoon. And sometimes you try something differently. You do not wait on things to happen. You want to make things happen. Well, that's a wide delivery outside the line of the off stumper. Gooley's not going to be tempted whatsoever. A loosener here from Sunil Ambrose. Clean shaven Sunil Ambrose. Can't see too much hair on that head.
Can remember the days when he used to carry a mohawk.
Yes.
No, that's gone.
He's using God's helmet now.
It's getting a bit of turn.
Yes, that's it. Once you allow the pitch to do its thing, you know, with the effort that you put in there with the fingers. Nice little off spinner going by outside the line of the off stump. That's much more closer. Good delivery here by Sunil Ambrose. And Jid Gooley knows that he wants to go to lunch, have a hearty lunch, and do not worry that he has lost his wicket. Good shot. Nicely played. The area that he wanted it, and collects a single. And he's been a fighter. He's been fighting Jid Gooley, playing the knock that his team wants him to play. This is not an individual game. It's a team effort. And so far, you know, he's winning the battle against the Volcanoes. 41 from 39 deliveries. Joshua De Silva, he has gotten 14. It's going to be the final delivery before lunch here on the 4th morning. And he gets one that spins down the leg side, and the bails have been taken off. Joshua De Silva and the rest will go towards the pavilion. It's lunch on day number 4. It's 92 for the loss of 4. The Volcanoes still require a further 94 runs to win here at Queen's Park Oval. Mohan gone for 1, Utley 2, Charles 4, and Jason Mohammed went for 15. It was 71 for 4. Since then, these two have been locked in a nice little partnership. So at lunch on day number 4, the final day, the Volcanoes, they are 92 for 4, requiring a further 94 for victory. This is Inderjeet asking you to join us in another 40 minutes or so. Well, hello to you once again. Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval here in Trinidad and Tobago. 92 for the loss of 4. The Red Force, they're chasing down 186 for victory against the Volcanoes. And this session, like all other sessions, is going to be quite interesting as well. So, match is on. Could be either team, but there is an advantage here to maybe the batting team, because they still have good batters there to come. But my word, the Volcanoes are fighting for all they're worth. Still 94 runs to get for victory and 6 wickets standing. If they can pick up an early wicket here, this is going to set the cats among the pigeons. Force ball after the lunch session. Cyrus, the leg spinner, and this is pulled around. But there's protection down on the deep backward square boundary. Just the single. Good start by the Red Force. Good start by Jid Gooley. So far he's eyeing a half century. So far he has faced, how many deliveries, Jid Gooley? He has faced 139. So, match set. And there are also some cloud cover as well. Let's hope that does not add another dimension to the game. Hello to you, Keswick. Had a good lunch?
Always, and I've been saying that for the last 4 days. The lunch here in Trinidad is awesome. Love eating in Trinidad.
That's an energizing the body and ready to go here. We've seen lots of cloud cover, especially where the rains come from. That's the northern mountain area. Some dark clouds there.
Let's hope that stay in the mountains. After entertaining 4 days of cricket, you don't want it to end with showers. You want the showers to stay away, and hoping that we could get a completed game.
Yes, I totally agree with you there. But it's been very, very dry, very, very hot in Trinidad and Tobago. And of course in different parts of the Caribbean as well, inclusive of Guyana in South America.
Had some rain last night. Not sure if you got rain where you were.
No, none whatsoever. Whoa, that's a brilliant delivery, too good. Bounce and turn and bisecting the keeper and the batter and going all the way down towards the boundary for 4 runs. So he got a touch onto that one there. That was a vicious turner.
Really well bowled. I've always been impressed with Daryl Cyrus, the amount of turn that he can get out of a surface. That one bisect. As you mentioned, the keeper and the batter went to both of them.
Yes, sir. Well, that was an excellent delivery. If he can find that spot again with the same level of energy.
Well, hoping that it doesn't bisect again.
Forward short leg, a leg gully and a solitary slipper. Good delivery. And sometimes it hurts right down to the bone when your best delivery, you watch it go away for 4 when you thought you would have gotten a wicket with it. I guess that's the nature of human nature, the nature of life.
I'll tell you what, in front of Jet Gooley, probably a couple of meters away, it's a rough patch. I think anything around that area would definitely do something that will definitely be in the favor of the Volcanoes. So if they can stay in that area, it can create some problems for left-hander Jet Gooley. But that was the end of the over there. It's at 99 for 4.
Yes, and while I was on with Colin Murray this morning, I was telling him I visited the pitch and at both ends for the right arm off spinner to the left-handed batter. It's going to present some problem. It's uneven there as well as the northern end. So at both ends for the left-handers, you have this. So that's a wear and tear of the pitch.
Tells the amount of balls that was bowled from over
Absolutely.
the wicket
so.
from the fast bowlers.
Yes. So Denver will continue. Well, in fact, it's Kavim Hodge that has been brought into the attack now.
Oh, it's kind of Denver still.
Denver, yes, it's Denver. Outfoxed by the screen onto the back foot. So he's holding up one end here. A marathon spell from the right arm off spinner. And must be looking to exploit that rough spot outside the line of the off stump.
And it's expected as well. Coming from around the wicket, using that rough area to the left-hander. Doing a fine job.
This time a better delivery, drawing him onto the front foot. That's where he needs to get him more than often. Kenneth Demba, he's in his 20th over, 1 for 27 so far. Good delivery, right on target. No width, no room whatsoever to work with. And he can string a few more like those. Steered away. Very stylishly there, Jid Gooley, no doubt growing in confidence. He's on 47, eyeing a half century.
I think something that Kenneth Demba can work on a little bit more to get his bowling to the level or to the next level that he would like to be. That's the end of another over. Maiden as well. It's 99 for 4. Yeah, it's also varying his pace. I think that in itself would help his bowling to get to that next level. I think sometimes he's just a bit too quick to the air. But guess what?
Yes,
The covers is coming on. The umpires are pulling up the stumps. And it's a little bit of rain here at Queen's Park Cricket Club. For the first 2 days, we haven't seen anything like that. But now we're seeing a little bit of rain. We have been seeing clouds all morning, and they decide to give us a little bit of, well, present a little bit of their presence.
Yes, certainly. I was afraid that we will have those showers. Just went out, looked at the northern mountains, and you could have seen the clouds which are still there. Not torrential rain whatsoever, but the water molecules are coming down from the heavens. So much so that it has forced play to be stopped. Just hope that this is not going to be very, very long to spoil a good match that can go either way. Well, with the rains coming down here at the Queen's Park Oval, and the umpires and the cricketers are out, the ground staff out in the middle ensuring the surface is taken care of. It's 99 for the loss of 4. The Red Force, they're looking for 186 for victory. Still 87 runs away with 6 wickets standing. We're going to take a break from the Queen's Park Oval, and we shall resume once weather permitting. Hello there, wherever you are. Let me greet you with the news from the Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad and Tobago that the rain has actually disappeared. Maybe just a little bit of drizzle out in the middle. And so far we have had 40 minutes of stoppage time. And no overs have been reduced, but I've been told that the match can go on until 5:33 this evening. It's 99 for the loss of 4. The Volcanoes, they will be looking to pick up those 6 wickets, while the Red Force will be looking for a further 87 to win the game. So the players are already out in the middle there. Jid Gooley is on 47 of 149 balls, and the skipper Joshua De Silva, he's on 15 from 34. Whose match it's going to be? Well, I'm not going to call it at all. It's pretty even at this stage. Maybe the Red Force with 6 wickets standing, you will want to give them the advantage. Another wicket should fall here. It's going to be, well, at that stage, maybe anybody's game. So they're starting with a 2 slip, and Ryan John picks up the attack. And that's nicely steered away on the up down towards the third man coming off the boundary. Good start here by the Red Force. De Silva, soft hands, guiding it nicely and getting the single. That's the 100 up for the Red Force. They're 100 for the loss of 4 in the 49th over. So match on here. Still some gloomy conditions, still some dark clouds hovering the highest point in Trinidad and Tobago. That's the northern mountain range, and that's the danger area. But it is cleared up nicely. I doubt whether that's going to be any significant concern, but you'll never know. The weather can change. With me in the com box, Keswick Williams. Hello to you, Keswick.
Hello to you. I mean, you said it. I think the game so far, it's been in balance, but you would always want to give the batting team the upper hand, knowing what they have to come. But to be honest with you, you have to like the effort from the Volcanoes.
Of course. I mean, defending 186 to win the game was never going to be easy. But boy, they're warriors and they're striving for excellence here today. They have been excellent, in fact. Take nothing away from them. Very competitive bunch of cricketers, a good mix. I like the bowling. That's a good variety there.
Still haven't seen much of Shamar Springer in this second innings. Wondering if we would see him soon. I'm thinking that he should be introduced soon. He's one of those bowlers in this squad that have been really clinical with the ball. Picked up over 15 wickets or so in the season. So I'm pretty sure that he would be introduced soon. I would like to see him be reintroduced because he's one that has a knack for picking up wickets.
Yes, and we have seen Ryan John. He's in a second spell here today. He started this morning from the southern end of the ground and been given another chance, 1 for 17. Into the body of the left-handed Gooley this time. Not getting the kind of width that he was looking for to turn it down through forward square for a single. Picked out to the short mid-wicket. Can't score. And Gooley has been battling away since yesterday afternoon. Has had his troubles, but he's coming out nicely of that. Looking much more comfortable as his innings progress. There are 2 slips. Third man out on the boundary. Around the wicket. Here's a drive. Not full-blooded drive, but he played it well. Didn't look to go for the expansive shot, realizing the ball wasn't there for it. Just stroking it away down towards extra cover. So at lunch it was 92 for the loss of 4 with Gooley on 41, De Silva on 14. Still requiring 94 at that stage. And just after they came out, I think they were in their third over actually, when the rain came. Good shot by Gooley. He's going to pick up a single. So good rotation of the strike here. Got the width, stroked it away. They get the single. It's 101 for the loss of 4.
Well, he's just inching closer to a 50 here. Jet goalie have 100 already in the tournament. 3 batters from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have 100 already.
Yes, he did.
Jason Mohammed, the first centurion in the tournament, and then we had another 100 from Jet Gooley against Windwards and Tian Webster in this game against the Volcanoes.
Well, Gooley actually got his 100 against the Academy.
Sorry.
Yes, 113 in the first innings and 13 in the second innings. Just 3 against Guyana, but came nice against the Academy, and 30 and 64 against the Windwards. So he's hunting a second half century in this year's
That's
tournament.
in St. Kitts at the, what's the name of that ground again in St. Kitts?
Warner Park? Did they play at Warner Park? I'm not certain they play at Warner
It's
Park.
Canaries, I think he scored his 100
Canary.
in St. Kitts.
So, the left-hander, he's on 48, 2 away. If he gets there, it's going to be his second half century for the season and his entire first-class career as well at Regional 4-Day Championship. Now, that's a bad ball, and that's tugged around down towards long on. Gooley thought he might have done a little bit better with that one. A short here by Darrell Cyrus, the leg spinner, switched down towards the commentary box, and that's another end of the ground. Your thoughts on him being switched to this end?
I mean, to look at it, I would prefer him bowling from that end because of the rough that he have from that end. But it's always good to change, try something different. It's good to be consistent as well, but he haven't been bowling bad. Denver bowled for a whole session at this end. So
Yes, that was a long bowl. Oh, flying off the edge and beats the diving first slip. And that's going to run away down towards the fine third man. A boundary for 4. Well, he was pushing forward there, beaten the edge found. And the first slip made a great effort. That's the skipper there at first slip, Athanaze, and just couldn't get there. And he got the boundary. Look at this on the replay.
He had no chance there. I mean, it was far away from him. It would have been a really good effort if he probably stretched just a tad more.
Well, it has been reduced now. 80 runs more. They're looking for victory. So with every run scored, there is reduction in that target. Darrell Cyrus, the leg spinner. Short again. And couldn't find the gap on the offside field this time. Joshua De Silva. Cold condition out in the middle. Lost the sunshine a little. Good delivery, just luring his man, stretching long forward and defending. Let's bowl a few more there.
And
Bring him onto the front footer.
That's something that he have been doing well, is bringing batters on the front leg, on the front foot. But I just think find himself going short more often than not. Doesn't want that.
Yes,
But he's one of those bowlers that I think that brings batters on the front foot ever so upswing. But every time he always... But then I'm not going to blame him too much, because at the end of the day, the leg spin is a very hard art to master. But that's the end of another over. Score is 106 for 4.
It's 106 for the loss of 4. And like I said, they require 4 to 80. Well, what's generally a reasonable over bowl by Darrell Cyrus from this end? I'm not too certain if Springer's had a little bit of injury and he wants to be much more careful, because the season is still open. They are heading the points table, the Volcanoes. Let's say if they go on to lose here, they still stand a big chance. You know, in the other matches that they have, there's still how many? 3 rounds to go after this one, so there's still lots to play for. Should the Red Force win here today, they keep their chance alive. Guided away by Gooley down towards the backward point region, and he has brought up his second 50 this season, his second 50 overall in regional first class cricket in his 11th match. Raises the bat to his teammate. Well played. Not a flamboyant innings. He had to fight through tremendous difficulty. That's a fighter's knock.
Yeah, it's well played. I mean, he gave a few chances, but at the end of the day, what he has shown in terms of his temperament today in this game is really good. He's showing some fight. He's showing that he understands what's going on and what is needed of him. Batting at number 3. So it's a really good 50.
Yes, real team effort. Ryan John, good delivery. Pitching on target. The silver, no problem whatsoever. Very easy, like, defensive shot.
With this partnership, I think that the game is inching closely back into Trinidad hands. Is more now to a 60-40 in favor of Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, I will agree with you there, Keswick. You had a 50-run partnership for the 4th wicket, and now for the 5th wicket, it's already 36. So they have done well. But once it's that range, there is always going to be a single, and good running down from the 3rd man region. Short, wide outside the line of the off stump and picking up a single.
I mean, this is really good for Trinidad. I mean, they won the first 2 days. Yesterday was, I wouldn't say they completely win it, because the Windward Island fought their way back in the last session. But today, they're doing well. If they do come out and win this game, they're deserving to win this game. But I like the fight still from the Volcanoes. But clearly, they have played well. I did mention at the toss, they have played well in patches. This is probably their first complete game. They bowl well, they bat well. They won the 2 first days. Highly unlikely you find teams winning the 2 first days and they come out and lose a game outright. Not saying it's not possible. It is possible, but at the end of the day, if they do win this game, it would show what it's like to win in sessions, winning days, and it's only going to make you win the game.
Yes, so far they're having a good match. Both teams here, the Red Force, 27.6 points as they start this 4th round. They had a victory, a 6-wicket victory against the West Indies Academy. Then they lost to the Windwards Hurricane by 4 wickets. And then that match against Ghana, the first match, they drew that game. So a win, a loss, and a draw. And right now they're sniffing victory on this finally against the Volcanoes. Like we have said all along, the Volcanoes 3 consecutive wins. 5 wins in a trot. You had 2 from the last season, that's last year, and 3 this year. So they do not know what is it like to lose in the last 5 matches.
And that's the thing. When you start winning, it becomes a part of you. And remember what I said earlier, probably on the first day, this team know what it is to lose. So now that they're getting accustomed to winning, according to how this game turned out at the end of the day, whether they lose or they win, if they do lose, let's hope it's not, they're not creeping back in any bad habits, and it's just an off. Because so far in this tournament, they have been doing a wonderful job and they need to continue. But you're not going to get a perfect tournament, are you? But it's the end of another Ryan John's over. The score is 109 for 4.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहा है?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. Look at this.
So Cyrus, the leg spinner, will continue from the southern end of the ground, from the northern end rather, and Jid Gulu have just scored his half century. Will look to continue to bat. They say until the cows come home. That's late in the evening and has until 5:33 this afternoon to do that if they need the time. But a partnership continues to develop. Some spin here by Cyrus, not vicious, but enough to send the left-handed goalie onto the back foot. There's a forward short leg, and there's also a leg gully and a slip. And the Volcanoes not giving up at all. Runs here for him, just a single it's going to be. Got the delivery, length delivery, moved nicely into two goalie and collect a single down towards the backward square. So good experience at one end in Joshua De Silva, good talent on the other end. And not only the talent, he has been scoring runs. Will feel pretty comfortable with his performance this year, goalie, of course. This is just his 11th regional 4-day game, and so far has done a good job. Good on drive by Joshua De Silva, and he has been pretty comfortable since that drop catch in the slip cordon. Got his chance. He has rallied on to 21.
I just think things looking a little bit too easy now for both batters. They've been getting singles, they have been dispatching the bad balls. If the Volcanoes don't do something quick, they could call it all over for them in this game.
Yes, the feeling is that you can feel the tension from them. They've been clapping each other, supporting each other. They need another wicket here.
Well, that's the good thing about them, is that they're still motivated, the energy is still high. So it speaks volume. That's what you want from your players, to continue to motivate each other on to the end. It's not over until the fight really sinks, huh?
Listen, Keswick, you have seen Cyrus a lot. Does he have within his armory that leg break? Not the leg break, the googly.
Something I would like to see him develop. He haven't really mastered the googly, but I think he spins the ball well, and then he has one that slides on. So I think it's something that he needs to work on, the googly, because it's needed at this level. But it's the end of another over. The score is 111 for 4.
Yes, a googly is a good one to get into your armory. The great Shane Warne, while he bowled the googly, it wasn't his most dangerous weapon. In fact, he hardly ever bowled it. He did bowl it sometime. His main weapon was the slider, the one that spins and drops and skids on. I think they call that the flipper, and he got so many batsmen out leg before or bowled down with that flipper. He normally was a raw leg spinner. He'll pitch the ball outside the line of the leg stump or on the line of the leg stump, and they will spin across viciously. So it's the effort that you put in. You must be strong in the shoulder. You must be having very strong wrist as well. There is where the wrist spinner is going to get his turn from.
But he actually was doing a lot of work with his googly.
That's good to hear. I mean, you can only learn.
I can remember him doing a bit of work with Kieran Kotoy, who is not in the squad now. Kind of sad that he's not in the squad. Good player, good fieldsman, properly fit as well. And that's one thing when you talk about fitness with this squad. I think this squad averaged somewhere around 37 or 36 in terms of the yo-yo test, or 38, somewhere around there. But really a fit squad. People like Kevin Hodge and these guys, they will run 55. Larry Edwards. Kenneth Demba, Alec Atenes, Johan Jeremiah. These guys will pass the UA test and act like if they haven't done anything.
Well, it's so important, your physical fitness, when you come to the high level of games. You watch internationally now, when you see what fielders around the world are doing out in the field, and they can only do that if they are physically fit, sprinting to the boundary, diving, landing over the boundary, in the air, picking the catch, has the presence of mind to toss it back in field, get there to take the catch. It's amazing. And they can do that only because they're physically fit. They've put in, the necessary hours in the work to get the job done. Fielding has become so spectacular now across the globe.
Well, it's very important. Gone are the days when the fast bowlers cannot dive. You have to be able to sprint around the boundary. You have to be able to contribute in all facets of the game.
Yes, sir.
That's where it's gone to now. And I like the fact that it's going there. Gone are the days when you're just a bowler and you cannot bat. You have to be able to contribute with the bat. At least if you can hit 2-6 or 2-4s in the back end of an innings and you're a fast bowler, you're deemed as an important player. Speaking of importance, how important is this innings from Jed Gooley?
Yes, certainly. So far, it looks as though it's going to be a match-winning innings. Anything could happen. But he has set a foundation here. He's batting very, very well. It's 113 for the loss of 4.
I mean, you can say what you want, but at the end of the day, I honestly don't think that Trinidad should lose from here. I think the game is in their hands. But knowing what the Volcanoes are capable of doing, they still have to be very mindful of that and play what's in front of them and not get ahead of themselves.
Well,
But I do think that the game is in their hands so far.
yes, the over's been completed. It's 113 for the loss of 4. And they'll say, Keswick, if you feed your faith with hope, you'll put your doubt to death. So you have to believe in yourself, like the Volcanoes are doing out in the middle. Maybe another team would have folded under the kind of pressure. Always the feeling is there that the Red Force is going to win. It did not get to that total of 230, 240, just 186. And their batting lineup is a good one on paper. And once they execute out in the middle, well, then they should be winning this game. We have been talking all along about that, but you add 2 more wickets to that 4, and then you'll see how different the game can be. But so far, the Red Force seems to be batting themselves to victory here today. Cyrus continues from this end, the leg spinner. So far, 1 for 37. He's in his 12th over. Good on drive. Just milking the bowling here now. Down towards long on. Easy for the pick-in. And they get the single. So there has to be something wrong with Shamar Springer. Maybe not the full fitness here. But he's been running gingerly. Took a brilliant catch here today. Just don't know exactly what's the situation. But I thought if you're looking for that variety, you're looking for a wicket, just give him a chance here. Cyrus switched to this end. He's going to come over the wicket, the leg spinner. That's short of a good length. No worries so far for the Red Force skipper. Just standing on the back foot and turning it away down towards short straight. Mid-wicket can't score. Yeah, good delivery here. Good use of the feet too by De Silva. He's not going to be bogged down there. Plays it back up the track. I remember Keswick seeing a video. I think it was Joshua De Silva who introduced his mom to Virat Kohli, and the mom went and hugged Kohli and said, "I've come to see you bat."
Not my son. Come to see you about that, my son.
Yeah.
I'd have been like, Mom, come on. I mean, I know you love Kohli, but come on, I'm here. I'm right here.
Yes, she said it with a smile as she looked at Joshua as well. She had always wanted to read Virat. That's absolutely so nice when, parents are there for you. It's a family thing.
It's definitely true, because I can remember last year in the regional under 19 tournament that was played in St. Vincent, the Barbados team, the parents were right there.
Yeah.
And that's good to see, the support system. Few parents as well from Trinidad and Tobago. And it's really good to see.
Now these are going to be easy runs here. The leg spinner just flighting outside the line of the off stump and caress through extra cover for the boundary. That's going to bring the over to an end, at the end of which it's 115 for the loss of 4.
It's getting a bit too easy now for the Red Force. Can't be flighting on top of the line of off stump with 2 fielders on the offside. That's a definite no-no.
Yes.
Would have always been 4.
It's actually gone on to 119 for the loss of 4, with Gooley on 58, and the Silver's gotten 24 from his 51 balls. So he has put that drop chance behind of him, which he should do, and now, blossoming nicely. 24 from 51, lending great support to Jid Gooley. And you yourself, Keswick, I think I heard you in one of the matches in an interview, CPL, your praises for your parents. Absolutely. So these are people that brought you into the world.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I could remember the first cricket match that I went to look at. My mom was playing. My mom did play cricket for St. Vincent female team.
Wow, that's good to hear.
My sisters were played for St. Vincent female team.
Cricket is in the DNA of the Williams family there.
My dad never played, but I think he was good enough to play for St. Vincent. It's just that at that time you don't really believe in cricket that much. It's just that he was always about the work, and he traveled overseas to work for a while, and then he moved on to work on a cruise ship.
Yes, we have called for Shamar Springer, and we're having him here from the southern end of the ground. So the change has been made. Ryan John pulled out, and Springer is having his first ball for today. Taking on the patch, shout for leg before. And umpire Nigel Duguid is going to say not out. His hand was akimbo there, Shamar Springer. Not a bad effort. I think it's a good delivery. Has to be careful moving around the crease here. Jid Gooley looking to play into the onside field.
Yeah, Passad, so it's always good to have your parents around, especially when it comes to doing things that you love. The support system is always important. So
Yes.
all love for my parents. My father is gone on now, God rest his soul. Lovely man. Rest in peace, Dad.
Good delivery, right on target. And it absolutely so. When parents can support, family can support, they know that we are stronger together. And that is what family life is for, family values. On the other hand, some people have some sad story to tell. It's like, when I wanted my dad, he was never there for me. I've never seen my mom. I'm still looking for her after 30 years. I made contact with them. Well, I guess it's all part of life. That's nicely flicked through forward square. Good looking shot by goalie, and they're going to challenge the arm. The return comes in, and he's home. Good run in between the wicket. Maybe just started the second run a little bit late, but had enough to get there. Had to call in all his reserves, go on the gas, Jid Gooley, and he got there in the end.
Runs really easy to come by now.
And look at that partnership, already gone on to 51.
Well, Jet Gooley is well set. He's on 60. Skipper De Silva on 25. Playing a good hand. Still T and Webster to come, so I really don't think they're too worried, but not worried at all with that shot. Really good shot. Helped down to the fine leg bump to just one.
Well, I think his heart was in his hand there, Jit Gooley, because there's a fielder down on the deep backward square leg boundary. It went to him one bounce. Wasn't any catch by any means, but for a while it hung in the air. But he had enough on it to get it to the left of the fielder. So he played it well in the end. And that target continues to drop now. The target is just 63 more and still 6 wickets standing. Good delivery. That's outside the line of the off stump there. And Springer has completed his first over for the day. None for 4. It's 123 now for the loss of 4. So, the cloud cover continues here at the Queen's Park Oval, and the Red Force inching on here to that target of 186. Lovely partnership so far between these two. They've scored a half century, and just a few anxious moment between them. Jid Gooley bringing up his half century. He's gone on to 61. Joshua De Silva on a quarter a century. He's on 25 from 53. And these two will be looking to bat right on to the end. When you're in, stay in. You just do not want to bring those in the main pavilion there, out in the middle. You've gotten the chance, you settle in. Time to bring it home. But the Volcanoes not giving up. They say man's greatest mistake is to give up. But these guys are not giving up at all. They're making a fight for it. Hello to you, Colin Murray.
Hello to you, Indajit. It's a very interesting comment there that these guys are not giving up. And you have to admire them for that, because I think they've been fighting all the way through. They must be a little disappointed with their batting in the first innings, and really and truly that's where, if they go on to lose this match, they'll have to reflect on that they did not bat as well as they should have done in the first innings. And when you think at it, they were 144 for 4 at one stage, and so when they lost that 5th wicket, they just added a further 47 runs, and really and truly that's where they lost the game. And or if they do lose it, that's where they'll have to take reflection on that and admit to themselves 191 was not good enough. So what they're depending on their bowlers to try and get a victory from a target that was not too stiff. And but you're right, they've made the Red Force work for these runs. I mean, Gooley, for example, Gooley's what? He is on 63 from 173 balls. I think this knock will do Gooley the world of good. He now understands, in my view, and he may say, no, I'm wrong, but I could be, but in my view, he's not this type of player. He's more of a attacking type player. And if you look back on the history of Gooley, if he has 63 runs, it may be off maybe 90 balls, 95 balls. But here, he's had to struggle. And it's only now you could see him, opening up a little bit, playing the shots, getting the ball coming off the middle of the bat. And you have to say, well, kudos to him.
Yes, and Cyrus been replaced by Kenneth Demba here, the off spinner. Bowled well today, continues to bowl well, but the singles are coming more frequently now for both batsmen out in the middle, and that is what matters for the Red Force. Just seem to be getting on top of the game here.
And of course you've got Joshua De Silva at the non-strikers end, and Joshua is a West Indies player, and he has to bat like a West Indies player. He's also captain of the Red Force team. So there's a lot of responsibility on his shoulders.
Yes, and once you stray in line there with the deep backward square way out on the boundary, there's always going to be the single, and Jid Goli knows that, plays it well, good rotation of the strike. And you're right about that, Colin, so important when our test players, well, in fact, that's the end of the over 126 for the loss of 4. When our test players come back in your regional cricket, they must be able to stamp their authority. That is what you want to see them do.
Yeah, and I think he's... the innings went along, he's got a little better. Thought he came in, when he first came in, there were one or two little... I think he was dropped as well,
yes,
wasn't
he was.
He was dropped, and he survived that. And again, that's another thing the Windwards Volcanoes could look at. Couple of drop catches. Now, they weren't made to pay when Mohan and Otley were dropped, but the Silver was dropped on North. I don't think he got off the mark yet.
Yeah, forced delivery.
Yeah, and he's on 25 now, and he may very well make them pay, and to regret that, because the score was then 71. So a big difference, 71 for 5, as opposed now to 126 for 4.
Yes, I agree with you. That's a huge difference. And, when I saw those drop catches, my mind reflected on the guy's name who is on the stand to our right here at the Queen's Park Oval. That's a bumper down the lakeside where the Willie Rodriguez Media Center, and to the right is Larry Constantine.
Yeah.
So Larry Constantine attributed, they say he was one of the best fielders playing for West Indies, and of course his homeland Trinidad and Tobago. He attributed his good catching and feeling to a childhood story in the kitchen. He said those days they used to wash up the utensils and they used to shy them at each other, and you could not afford to drop one of them. Things were hard then. And he attributed that childhood story to his great anticipation of catching a utensil in the kitchen.
I always like to give you these little stories. Let me give you a little story.
Go ahead, Colin.
When I went up to England after the West Indies youth tour, I stayed on in England to study, and I went to Warwickshire. Of course, not for the first team. The first team was a brilliant team. There was Kanai, Gibbs, Derek, Murray. I can't recall all the names, but it was a tremendous Warwickshire first team, almost a West Indies team. There were about 4 West Indians. I think there was 2 Pakistanis on the team as well. And in those days, the county cricket, it was not as closed as it is now to foreign players. And then, of course, if you had citizenship in England, then you were considered
an Englishman.
Correct. So I went and was trying out with the under-19 team and that kind of thing. And there was a Jamaican coach, guy called Derif Taylor, an old man. At that time when I went, he must have been, and when I say old man, he must have been in his late 60s. Well, Gooley fishing at that outside the line of the off stump could so easily have got the edge. And you don't expect that from Gooley on 64. Yeah, and... So I introduced myself and I told him, so he said, well, in this very Jamaican accent, where are you from? Even though he's been living in England for a long time.
Yeah, he's like, where are you from, my brother?
Okay. Okay, you're getting there. I wouldn't give you 10 out of 10. But, so he was inquiring where I was from. That's badly lined by Spring. He's looking for extra pace, and because of that, at times he loses his line. The previous ball was a gem of a delivery just outside the line of the off stump. This time he's straying down the leg side. So I told him I was from Trinidad. He said, "Oh man, Trini!" I said, "Yes, I'm from Trinidad." And he said, "Larry Constantine." I said, no, I never saw Larry Constantine play or anything like that. I just knew of the name. So I said, yes. He said, "You're too young. You don't know about Larry Constantine." I said, well, I know he's a Trinidadian and that he was excellent. the end of the over from Springer. At the end of it, Cooley remains 64, Da Silva 25, and it's 126 for 4. The Red Force 60 runs away from victory, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they need 6 wickets. Yeah. I said, yes, I've heard of him. So he said, man, that man was the greatest. He said, man could have feel when tell you. He said, you won't believe the story. He said, as they're just having some repairs done to the crease. Again, that's where the bowler keeps landing. So they just got to compact it again. First time I saw that actually was in a test match in Australia, and I couldn't understand what they're doing. And the club got one of those, I don't know what you call it, but I know it's the actual thing to pound the dirt in.
This one is actually a sledge like.
Yeah, there's a I must find out, there's a name for it. Anyway, he so it's a good time while we're doing some repairs to where the bowlers land.
Yes, let us hear Imman
So I said, he said, man, I see that man myself. I said, okay. He said, Constantine bowling, and whoever it is batting, right? The man drives the cover. Caught Constantine, bowl Constantine.
That's a great description of a great fielder.
I said, so he saw my eyes kind of saying, what nonsense are you talking? He said, no, you don't believe me, no. He said, but that man could have feel. He said, he said, I'm serious. The man pushed the ball to cover, and Constantine, after bowling the ball, took the catch. But who am I to doubt the man? I didn't see it or anything. But that was the kind of fieldsman that apparently Larry Constantine was. People tell you that he was one of the greatest fieldsmen that the cricketing world had ever seen.
Yes, and Maurice Goodwin, that famous author that wrote and edited, from, I think it was from the pioneers to the days when Clive Lloyd and Viv Richards' team dominated in the 80s and so on. He mentioned the fielding of Larry Constantine. There was another fielder, an Australian fast bowler by the name of Fred Spofford. He too attributed his great fielding to a childhood story. That's nicely whipped off the pads, but can't get around us for the silver. He said he and his friends used to go by the hedgerows, and the other friends will flush the swallows, and they have to catch them when they pass. And that had to be great.
Yeah, they have certain stories that you find unbelievable. I must admit, I didn't believe the story about Constantine. I'll tell you straight. I mean, unless if the ball is going high in there.
It's very possible.
But I didn't, he was so adamant and descriptive in his admiration for Constantine, yes, that I couldn't say to him, and I didn't know him that well. Of course, I was a 19-year-old, and this is a man that has seen everything that's to be seen in cricket. Who am I to say, well, did you mean the ball goes straight in the air and he ran around and caught it? Yeah, but I get the impression that the guy played a drive, a cover drive, and Constantine flew to his left and covered to took the catch. But no, but they tell you that he was an absolutely superb fieldsman.
Yes, and some people will be remembered not so much so as the over comes to an end here, 126 for the loss of 4.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहा है
Yeah, so 126 for the loss of 4. Another over begins from Shamar Springer down the leg side, and this is tickle rail fine. Nobody has a chance, especially the one running away from deep backward square, the boundary area. And that's gone away for a boundary stray down the leg side, and Jitguli picking it off, getting a boundary 130 for 4.
Yeah, you can't afford to bowl that line. It really was poor delivery from Springer. Look at that, just outside the line of the leg stump. And Gooley had the simple task of just turning it fine. And he played it well. He played it late. And played it very well indeed.
Yes, and Colin, we've been talking so much about, catching, which is so important. There have been some brilliant fielders we have seen, in our time looking at cricket. A good single here. Just taking it off the body, soft hands. And the runs are coming far too frequent here now for the Red Force team. And that's because they've spent time at the wicket, these two. You imagine somebody like a John T. Rhodes down at backward point, a Roger Harper to his own bowling, a Gus Logie sitting at forward short leg under the batters, eyes, Clayton Lambert there as well. We've seen some brilliant fielding.
I'll go just further back.
Go ahead.
Clive Lloyd.
Yes, absolutely.
When he hurt his back, he had to go and feel he then started to feel in the slip region.
And was very deceptive there, Clive Lloyd. When he moves, you never expect such a big guy.
Yeah. And there was a guy deceased now, Sheldon Gomes.
Mm-hmm.
Sheldon Gomes was magical in the covers. Of course, everybody knows his more famous brother Larry, but Sheldon was a really extremely good player. I think the difference between Sheldon and Larry was temperament. Larry would they always say Larry bats with bad mind. Where Sheldon was a little bit more carefree, and he never really fulfilled his potential, even at regional level. He got a double hundred against Jamaica at Montego Bay, but outside of that, never really did it. There was a joke about Sheldon. His first few games for Trinidad, it was 0-0, 1-0, and there was this joke that somebody called for him, whether it was his wife or somebody called in the pavilion for him, in the Queen's Park pavilion. They called the number, and the joke is that the bar person or whoever answered the phone said, "Hold on, he just gone to bat," because they figured, well, he's going to come back quickly. But he was a brilliant fieldsman. I remember him running out Lawrence Rowe here. I think Bernard Julian was the bowler. The ball was moving around, and they got an early wicket against Jamaica, and Lawrence Rowe came into bat. And Sheldon, there was 3 slips a gully, and Sheldon was patrolling the covers. But he was more of a squarish cover than the straightish cover. And that's a lovely shot. Isn't that a beauty? Springer cannot keep... he's losing his line, and because of that, he's being punished.
Yes, badly lined, and he gets the boundary. That was a fantastic shot by the right-handed Joshua De Silva. And the partnership blossoming, they're sniffing victory. Just 49 runs more to win 137.
So going down the leg side, and De Silva there taking full toll. He timed it beautifully. He looks in good nick. He was feeling at this squarish cover, and Lawrence Rowe, the usual stylist that he was, came in, and Bernard Julian bowled the can't remember, first, second, third, fourth ball, or whatever. And Lawrence just got nicely on the front foot in that elegant, beautiful manner, and just pushed it probably towards extra cover. And he said, 1. And they were trotting for the single. All of a sudden, Sheldon Gomes ran to his right, maybe about 10 meters, picked up the ball one-handed. By the time Lawrence Rowe realized what was happening and he changed gears, well, he never made it, because Sheldon Gomes hit the stumps from us. He just was seeing one stump and hit it. So you have these brilliant fieldsmen. He was one. He was absolutely brilliant in the field. And of course Clive Lloyd. But when Clive injured himself, he went into the slip region and became a extremely good catcher in the slips.
Yes.
Well, every time you edge, and if it was going to Clive Lloyd, you just walk.
Yes, and our fast bowlers, and Mikey will say this always. They were credited so much for victory for West Indies, and they did. But he attributed their wickets to a string of great slip catches there.
That's right.
Viv Richards, Clive Lloyd, Alvin Kalichuran. In those positions, Joel Garner out in the gully there. Catches don't miss those fellas.
Yeah.
I think it was Malcolm Knox. I'll give you what Malcolm Knox said. You were talking about Sheldon Gomes. He said Mike Gattin's wife called the manager of the England dressing room and asked to speak to Gattin. And the manager said, Gattin is out in the middle batting. Good on drive here by Da Silva. He's going to get to the single. And she asked him, who is the bowler? And the manager replied, it's Michael Holden. And she said to Gattin,
She'll hold on?
Yeah, I'll hold on. You just
Mike Gattin. Tell you, there was this guy, really good. I thought he would have made it in West Indies cricket when we had gone to England. Tyrone Knight is his name. And he moved the ball a lot in England. That was his forte. He kept moving the ball around.
So Demba's been working pretty hard here. Good looking drive, one that floated up. But Gooley, seeing them, what do you say in Trinidad here? Big as a breadfruit or big as a football?
I suppose both can work, huh?
Yes,
Oh,
that's
he's gone.
short.
That's safe because there's a deep backward square leg, but you could see him hitting this in front of square. He got into position very early. Not a good delivery from Demba. It was short, and there was Gooley getting onto the back foot and lifted him. Let's have a look at it. He got back, and you could see him lifting it high over square leg. He knows that there's a deep backward square, but it was a safe enough shot, and he picks up 4 good-looking runs.
Yes, and it ensures that they get closer and closer to that 186 that is required for victory.
Yeah.
Now, this has happened when you do the hard work.
Just 43 now required, but a good partnership here with what? 72? Yeah, excellent partnership between these two.
Yeah, this partnership has actually knocked the wind out of the sails of the Volcanoes.
I was about to say it's taking the game away from them.
Yeah.
Whatever sort of chance they must have. I mean, and listen, cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties, and they can't give up. One wicket here, and then suddenly another wicket, and who knows, Red Force can panic.
Oh,
But as it stands here, Red Force should get these 43 runs without too much alarms.
Yes, it's difficult to see them panic from here on. You have 2 well-set batsmen out in the middle. The responsibility is theirs to take it home. But you're right, 2 more wickets added to this 4, then panic time can begin to step in.
And that's the thing. It's not that the ability is not there, but suddenly they start to doubt themselves. Hey, we need 43 or more runs. Wonder how to go about it. And these, it's all about mind, over more than anything else.
Mind over matter.
Yeah, basically. Shamar Springer in his. I'm surprised. Are you surprised he didn't come on a little earlier, Shamar Springer?
Yes, I thought a little earlier
Yeah.
he should have come on there to bowl.
Wasn't sure why he wasn't bowling earlier in the innings.
Yes.
Because
Kavim Hodgov himself is not a bad bowler. He got the breakthrough last evening here. I thought, when Demba was bowling, looked a little bit tired at one stage. That could have tried Kavim. We haven't seen him, as yet today.
But Springer picked up 3 wickets in the first innings. His tally now in the tournament is up to 17 wickets.
Of course.
So he's a leading bowler here, and I can't understand how he's only in his 4th over. That's a really wonderful looking shot from Joshua Da Silva. He's really now looking the part. He came in a little scratchy when he first started, but boy oh boy has he blossomed.
Yes, he has blossomed beautifully here at Queen's Park and timed that ball to perfection. Look at that. That's how the coaches will ask you to play it. That is how the textbooks will actually present it to you.
Oh, 39 now needed. for victory. Yes,
Once
that's
again.
good. Good concentration because he's back to a good, well, he's back into terms of into defense to a good delivery.
Yes, and surely if they go on to win this game here, it simply means that they'll keep their chances alive, the Red Force, in this year's 4-day tournament. Defeat for them here could have very well see them wiped off with any chances of winning,
Oh yeah, this will give them a lot of confidence, and
and
of course,
opens up
yeah.
the whole competition.
correct. That's a good shot again. It's just going to get a single because there is protection out in the deep. Jeremiah is there, and they pick up just an easy single. So the silver continues to 36 now, and so 38 runs away from victory. 148 for 4. And this knock will do the silver the world of good. He's been struggling a little bit. Missed, I think, the second game, or he missed the opening game through injury. He had a little bit of a niggle. Then the game against the Leewards, he got to 23 in the first innings. And then in the second innings, he got 34 as we take a break for the water break. The players are now coming. So he's been getting starts. Didn't play in the game against the CCC. So he just needs to carry on here, maybe get a half century or at least see the Red Force to victory. So it's the end of the over. The players are taking a bit of a break. It's a drinks break here at 148 for 4. The Red Force, they are 38 runs away from victory. They still have 6 wickets in hand. While the players refresh themselves, we're going to take a break as well. Welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval as we players are just about getting into their respective positions. And after the drinks break, we've just got to what? 38 runs needed for victory from the Red Force. And the way these two are batting, be surprised if they don't get the 38 runs themselves. But a wicket can certainly change, and I wouldn't say change the outcome of the game, but it certainly could put a little bit of panic in the Red Force team if they lose a wicket or two, as we were saying. And Hodge is into the attack. We haven't seen him since yesterday when he bowled 3 overs, 3 maidens, picked up the wicket of the opener, Vikash Mohan. Very simple caught and bowl catch. And he's going to be bowling to Joshua Da Silva. He's bowling wrong the wicket, the left-arm orthodox spinner. And Da Silva would have seen a lot of Hodge in the Australian tour. Of course, Da Silva was the wicket-keeper, and Hodge made his test debut. And they're going to go through for a quick single, and that's good. That's good cricket, because he pushed the ball towards mid-on, and immediately he called for the single. And even though it was being attacked by Cyrus, Cyrus realized he was a little bit late in getting off, but he attacked the ball. But Da Silva had called very early for the single, and they got home comfortably in the end. Brings the left-handed Gooley into strike. So Hodge, not a big spinner of the ball, but his bowls a good line, bowls a good length, wicket to wicket, and makes the batsman play at everything. Hello to you, Kesrick. How are you?
I'm great.
Yeah, everything is okay with you today?
I'm wonderful. Just watching from in the breakout room, so kind of surprised that he wasn't introduced earlier.
Yeah.
Kavim Hodge.
You were saying that this morning, actually.
From where we are now, where we're looking at, we could see a little bit of rough patch.
Yeah,
in
for the
front
left-hander.
in front of Jet Gooley, so probably thought he would have been introduced earlier. Try use that rough.
Well, the end of his 4th over, his first of the day, one for one, and the Red Force just 37 runs away from victory, and it will be a hard-fought victory, because you have to give the Windward Islands Volcanoes credit. They have made them work to get these, if they get them, the 186, and they've bowled well. Denver, I think the faster bowler Springer, it's been a little bit offline. I thought he would have been introduced a little earlier than when he came on, and when he did come on, I think he's been a little bit wayward, sometimes outside the line of the leg stump, too wide of the off stump, and from he's picked up 17 wickets in the tournament, 3 in the first innings, and I must admit I was a little disappointed with his bowling performance in this inning so far.
Well, to be honest with you, every bowler is due
a bad day. Yeah, I hear you.
Yes, they have been a bit all over the shop, but in this second innings they have been better. So that's an improvement. From here they go on to Antigua. I want to shape him back nicely for Sherman Lewis.
Are you off to Antigua as well? Or
No, I'll be
you're not
here.
sure? You'll be here?
Beautiful Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay.
The land of the hibiscus.
Well, you're always welcome.
Always.
Would you say hummingbird or hibiscus?
It's hibiscus or hummingbird, but it's both, right? It's hibiscus and hummingbird. Which one?
It's the hummingbird.
It's hummingbird.
Yes.
Okay.
It's the
Well, Antigua is the land of the rivers, right?
yeah.
Okay, so I hope the Trinidadians don't get too upset.
Nah,
with me,
they
because
will never.
The hummingbird was on the picture.
That's a little wide of the off stump, and Da Silva was reaching for it. Yeah, if you look at the Caribbean Airlines
The hummingbird
logo,
is there.
yeah.
But isn't the hummingbird picking at a hibiscus flower?
We could be right. You could be right.
So I'm right.
I would think it is. I
know I'm right.
I'm not on that. I'm not on that study so much of the hummingbird, but yeah, you could be right. That it is. He does pick at a
So
hibiscus.
it's the land of the hummingbird and hibiscus.
This is me. Okay, I will be very hospitable to you as a Trini and tell you yes. But he said he was seeing your good mate Colin Board sent to say hello. He said was telling me that you actually played under him when he was manager of was it in Abu Dhabi or something
Yes,
like
New
that?
York,
Yeah.
New York Strikers
Yeah,
got
he's-
to the finals that year, and last year they won the tournament.
Easy single again. So they're going one by one. They're whittling down the 186 because that is the 150. Well, it's 151 now. So the 150 was up when the Silva got the single. So they've gone on to 151 now, 35 runs away from victory. And it will be the second victory if the Red Force, they do get it. It's could be a good comeback for them, having lost the last game to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. It's kept a little bit low. But all in all, the pitchers played well. You expect on the fourth day there's going to be a little bit of rough outside the line of the left-hander. But and then the odd one may have been keeping a little bit low. But in general, you'll have to say the Trinidad Tobago Red Force made the right decision in the end, the way the game is turning out. Because my concern was batting on the last day, how difficult it might have been for the batsmen. But Gooley he's batted wonderfully well. He had his a no ball from Lewis. Yes, he's had his moments, and I suppose like all batsmen, you need a little bit of luck. And he's had his luck. Joshua De Silva was dropped before he had scored.
I think he played the condition well. Yes, a few kept low, but at the end of the day, you have to give him credit for the way how he have played. It's a bit difficult, but because there's not really much pace in this pitch, kind of give them a little bit more time. So you have to give credit to Jet Gooley, but the skipper in Joshua De Silva, he came in early in the innings. He got an edge. I was put down by Alec Atenes at first slip, but after that there was never really a chance. Played well, and you would want him to gain confidence for the sake of West Indies cricket. But my question to you is, what's going to happen after the first class season is over? Are these guys going to stay with the relative franchise and just train until the first class season? I know they would definitely have a best tournament, but would they just stay in camp and train? Because to get better, you have to play games.
That's right. You're very that has always been the concern. Once the first class season is done, what happens to the players, the Joshua De Silvas and all of these others who are preparing for test series? They need to be playing cricket. It would be great if some of them could make their way to England. It would be great if a few of them could make their way to England and play, not necessarily county cricket, because it's not easy to get into the county circuit. But the end of the over from Lewis, at the end of it, the Red Force are 152 for 4, 34 runs away from victory. Yeah, it's, even if they go and play A-League cricket, minor league, call it what you want, it will serve them well. Just getting, even though the competition may not be that great, at least they'll be playing cricket and preparing themselves. I would expect the training camp would start sometime in June, even though there's a World Cup. But I'm not sure how many of the test players may be involved in the T20 World Cup. Jason Holder would probably be one. Not too sure. That's a good drive. It's not going to beat Cyrus there at a deepish mid-off and they get a single. Yeah.
My question to you though, the fact that you mentioned probably only Jason Holder would be a part of that. I would add probably a Shamar Joseph to that as well. If he continues,
You're gonna play Shamar Joseph in T20?
It's not me.
Well, when I say
I'm thinking that because of his exploits in Australia, if he do put out some good performances, he's in IPL. I would not be surprised if he's been added to the team.
Okay, I hear you.
I would not be surprised.
Yeah.
But knowing that the next series is in July, he's only playing white ball cricket now. What do you think the transition would be like going back to red ball? The fact that he will not be playing any red ball cricket until July, because he haven't played any first class cricket because of his injury. What do you think it would be like for him going into that test series without any red ball cricket behind of him?
Well, I'm gonna answer you with a question. Easy single for De Silva. It's a little too short. He's coming back for a second. That's very good running. Because I thought it was just a single at the beginning. But the ball was pushed sort of to his right, goalkeeper fashion by Lewis. So it enabled them to come back for the second. Yeah. How difficult is the transition now for Joseph from red ball cricket to white ball cricket? Because he's only been playing red ball cricket. Now he's going into white ball cricket. So you will know the lengths, everything has got to be different at white ball cricket. So how will he transfer to that? And if he can make that transition, then I don't see the problem going back the other way. But I my problem with Joseph is I just hope that he doesn't suffer from burnout. And what I mean by that is he's not accustomed playing all this cricket.
And that's the reason why I said a year of international cricket is a lot different than a year of club cricket in Guyana.
That's right. Yeah, you're quite
It's
right.
a massive difference. But someone asked me a question the other day and they looked at me and they say, what do you think is more difficult, Test cricket or T20 cricket? And I said, can I answer with a bit of bias? They said, no, just be honest. But that's the end of the over.
Yes.
Score is
From Hodge.
156 for 4.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहा है
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
So Lewis is going to continue from that Brown Lara Pavilion end. Yeah, you're making the point, Kesrick, T20 cricket and the longer version of the game.
Yeah, it's at the end of the day, I asked if can I answer with a bit of bias because I play T20 cricket. I've never played Test cricket. I played first class cricket for a while, just before CCC got kicked out or cancelled from playing 40 cricket in the Caribbean, and from there I just worked on my white ball skills. The thing is about Test cricket is that you have to be fully fit. Well, you have to be fit to play cricket, but endurance level have to be up, consistency, being able to bowl that line and length ever so often. But the thing with T20 is that your skill set have to be top notch, because those test lengths in T20 can go far.
Yeah.
So you have to be able to bowl that slow ball, that nice quick surprising bumper, that hard length, that yorker, that wide yorker. So your skill set have to be top notch.
Yeah.
But for Test cricket, it's just a matter of being consistent and being fit. Being fit to run in and bowl 5-10 overs on a trot at the same pace. So for me, I would say T20 cricket is a bit harder for fast bowlers. The boundaries are closer. Temperament guys are not going at you so much in Test cricket.
Yeah.
But in T20 cricket, sometimes your best ball can go for 4 and your worst ball may pick you up a wicket. You never know. But for me, with Shamar Joseph, it's all about him being able to make the transition. Have he played enough cricket? Or have his cricket gone to the level where he can make that transition?
Correct.
Still have to look and see.
It's interesting. But you're talking about playing for CCC. Somebody mentioned to me a little while ago, Primus, Roshan Primus, was playing for Barbados Pride, was dropped and has gone over to play for CCC. I'm not sure. They asked me what is that about. I said, well, I can't answer you because I'm not sure on the rule of the tournament. Or not only the rule, but is CCC treated differently? In other words, if you're playing for Windward Islands Volcanoes and you get dropped, you can't go and play for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So maybe the CCC, they're treated a little bit differently.
Yeah, they're treated differently. I also think that they get half payments or something like that. But
Right.
I think they're being treated differently. Primus is obviously doing courses at the university. Because to play for CCC, you must be enrolled.
Question is, can you just in the middle of the season say, okay, I can't,
When I saw it as well, I was like, But then I sat down. I was like, it must be a case where they may have, a different treatment.
Yeah.
Because as I mentioned, the CCC and the West Indies Academy is there to facilitate in terms of getting the younger players to play first class cricket, because as I mentioned earlier, and I did mention it in Jamaica as well, you find after under 19, say 14 guys go and play World Cup, at least about 7 or so or 9 or so, you find them lost for a couple of years because they can't get onto their first class team. So with the West Indies Academy and CCC, they have a chance to play first class cricket. So I like the fact that the West Indies, Cricket West Indies has implemented the fact that they brought in the West Indies Academy and the CCC back into first class cricket. And that's the end of another over. Score is 159 for 4. I honestly like the fact that they are back in cricket because they help bridge the gap. A lot of under 19 players get lost for about 3 years or so because they cannot get onto their first class team. So the fact that the West Indies Academy and the CCC is here now, a lot of players will have chance to play first class cricket and also go to school. So this is really good. CCC helped a lot of youngsters. A lot of players continue to play first class cricket and never left school and finished with their degrees, associate degrees, their masters as well. Romel Currency, who is now the CEO for Windward Island Volcanoes, the director in Miles Bascom, Chadwick Walton, who is now playing in Sri Lanka, Kavim Hodge, who is playing for Windwards now. Johan Jeremiah also was in the university and he played for CCC as well. So a lot of these guys was playing cricket while in school. It's hard, it's rough.
Oh yeah.
I myself was there. It's rough, but nothing good comes easy, huh?
Yeah, very true. Very true. Hodge is going to start his 6th over. And it's very easy now for the Silver and Gooley.
Well, since both batters joined together, the current run rate went up. All morning before De Silva came to the crease, it was at 1.43 or so. Now it's at 2.46. It shows that both batters are comfortable now. They're rotating the strike. So this is really good.
Just 26 runs needed. De Silva is 6 runs away from a 50. And Gooley, he's 22 runs away from a century. So one of them will miss out on the landmark of 100 or 50, and I would think Gooley is not, unless he goes berserk and he's dropped it. Well, they're looking for I'm getting the impression that there was some sort of edge onto that, and Walcott put it down because Hodge looks around. I think he just looked at Walcott thinking that he took the catch. Let's have a look. Did he get any bat onto it?
Pitch way outside the line of off stump. Not sure if he got any bat onto it, but
Yeah, but the way they
looks like it's going over as well.
yeah. Oh. Cooley, cool as ice, isn't he? He's as cool as a cucumber, they say. He's just batting on.
200 deliveries.
It's one of his
204.
It's one of his most patient knocks I've seen of Jid Gooley. Tends to be a little bit of a showman. Likes to play his shots. But he had to be totally restrained in this innings. So the end of the innings, I understand that they're foregoing tea. Because at one stage I thought tea would have been 20-3. And then they told me, no, it's 10-3. And then they said, well, they're not going to bother with tea with just 26 runs to go. But Kesrick, I'm going to leave you now. It's the last time we'll be on together in commentary for this game, but it's been a pleasure. And I hope to be on again with you sometime. And I'm going to leave you in the hands of that Guyanese
historian, I should
yes,
say.
that Guyanese historian, Inderjit Prasad.
Yes, it was a pleasure, Colin, with your history of the Queen's Park Oval, the Joey Carew story, the Jerry Stelmaier story, Dos Santos and all these guys. It was good to hear. It's a pleasure to sit in the com box with so much knowledge when it comes to the history of Trinidad cricket and West Indies cricket. Obviously we're in Trinidad and Tobago, so we would definitely want to hear about the history of Trinidad cricket, and we have someone here who knows a lot about the history of Guyana cricket and West Indies cricket. Mr. Prasad, welcome back.
Hello to you. My head almost burst the earpiece that I have hearing you praising me.
Well, the thing is, it's true, it's facts. And I'm a man that deals with facts, so it's good to have you around.
Thank you so much. A pleasure working this match with yourself, Colin Murray, and of course our producer, Ronnie, always on target. And this is what cricket does, whether it's in the field, in the commentary box, those relationships that we build, last a lifetime.
Definitely.
And Cyrus, trying desperately for a wicket here this afternoon. That's short and pulled around, took some pace off it. And in the end, they got a single, right?
Yeah, just a single, but I think
Ronnie Bikram, something else sing? Ronnie Bikram Das. Hello to you, Ronnie. I've gotten the correct name. He has been a nice individual, very pleasant. He's been here on time every single day, setting up the equipment and ensure, this is badly misfield. And he'll take one and come back and complete two. That's Sherman Lewis.
sloppy work there from Sherman.
Yes, just can't give up. Sometime I should get our cameraman's name. Yes, I've been told he is Kevin on the ball as well. It's been a good production by Cricket 360. Hello to you, Vinod Mamchan. wherever you are, my brother. It's good to be on this panel, broadcasting West Indies regional 4-day cricket. 163 for the loss of 4. A 4-23 will give the Red Force a victory here this afternoon. And unless something miraculous happens, there's no stopping them. That's right away over mid-wicket and out towards the boundary for 4. Too short. Pivoted nicely on the back foot, Jit Gooley. And it went away down towards the boundary for 4.
Just always think that Daryl Cyrus is guilty of always bowling that short one, because he pulls down on the ball so hard it always lands short. I think he's guilty of that every over or so. Always pitch one a little bit too short, but it comes with work. And as I said, I mentioned earlier that leg spin is a serious art.
It is. I totally
hard.
agree with you.
It's really, really hard to master. Always find a lot of leg spinners pulling one down shot.
So, Kavim Hodge? Or is it Cyrus there? Yes, Kavim Hodge.
Kavim Hodge is presently bowling.
6 overs, 1 for 6. That's drawing the silver long forward. Now, Gooley requires 16 runs more to get to 3 figures. And they require 19 runs to win. The silver gets the single. Will we see a more attacking Jit Gooley here now in quest for that 100? Well, there's still open spaces here that he has been given the opportunity to go over the top. Nobody down at third man. Huge territory between the first slip and backward point. Can go over mid-wicket. Over mid-on and mid-off. He's playing it safely. Good fielding. Knocked down.
What would you do, Pasan? You're on the 84.
Well,
Skip
with my
was on 46.
team well set for victory, surely I will be looking to go for the 100. My team is well set here to win. Nothing wrong with that. If I get out, I get out. But he's going to play safe here, Jit Gooley. Maybe saying to himself, not out is actually better than getting out. The 100 will be the icing on the cake for him. It has been a top-notch 100. When someone can fight through difficult situation and come out trumps, you know, it's hallmark of not only your skills, but your character as well. Down the track, and that's gone away down towards the backward square. Holding it back here, Kavim Hodge. And the silver intention was clear. He wants to finish this very, very quickly.
Well, he wants to get his 50, clearly.
Yes, he's on how much? 47?
Nothing wrong in that.
No, nothing at all. And it's easy there for the picking for Joshua Da Silva. Dropped first ball he faced. And just showing now he's making full use of that. Yeah. No. And the return comes in wide of the stumps. And they're going to get some more runs here. So Jit Gooley has gone on to the ground. And I hope he does not injure himself at this stage of the match. What he had to get down there was a yes-no situation. The score has gone on to 170 for the loss of 4. He's a big man, and when he tumbles that way, seems to be hit on the knee. Wow. The physio is coming now. The right thing to do, I think.
Let's hope it's nothing serious.
So, I'm sure that, physio will have a discussion with him, touching that area. He went down very hard, and he's a big boy, Jit Gooley. But we can say to our listeners here that overnight, a 10 for 2 with Gooley on 2 and Charles didn't score. 21 for the loss of 3 gave great hope to the Volcanoes. But then Jason Mohammed joined Jit Gooley, and they scored a half-century partnership between the two that really brought back the Red Force into reckoning. Mohammed was bowled for 15, 71 for the loss of 4 at that stage. They went to lunch at 92 for 4, still requiring 94 runs for victory. After lunch, Rain interviewed for roughly 40 minutes or thereabout. We haven't lost any over whatsoever, and Rain stopping play there at 99 for 4 with still 87 to win. Since then, these two have locked horns. Joshua De Silva, he has progressed nicely onto 47, and 90 is Jidguli. They still need a further 11 runs to win. The partnership between these two are whooping 104. So, seems to be well here with Jidguli. I think the magic spray will be applied there. Some rubbing is being put. And as you can see on the screen, so just retracing what happened. Shot played by Guli. Yes, no, yes, no. They gone for the single. The return came in, and Guli actually crashed into the bowler. That's Sherman Lewis, and hobbled and went to ground. Well, he's in agony. Never easy to hit in that position. But he's a strong boy, and he will resume after getting some treatment. Still not at his best. He's bending over there. And thanks so much, Ronnie Bikram Das, for letting us see that replay. Has always been spot on the ball, ensuring that we take exactly what's happening out in the field of play. So Guli will continue on 90. Joshua De Silva, the captain of the Red Force team, 25 years old, West Indies wicketkeeper batsman. He's from Port of Spain, right in the center of this fine town. And it's going to be Guli in strike now. Cool conditions continue to prevail here at the Queen's Park Oval, with the Red Force scenting victory. And he's hobbling. Maybe, is it the right thing to do? The season still has 3 more matches to do, and he's calling in somebody there now. He's not comfortable, Jidguli. I think the best thing to do with him, he's not going to go on to get 100 here today. He's definitely going to walk off on Keswick. I think this is the wisest thing to do.
Some would say it's the wisest. Some would say, come on, fight for your country. It's just 11.
Well, it's just 11 with 6 wickets standing.
It's about how you feel as well. I mean, if he's very much okay, but a lot of people will say, fight for your country. It's 11. You already did the hard work. Take the team home.
Well, maybe
but I would say it's a smart decision.
Yes.
It's a long season. They are back here next week against Barbados. Tian Webster would come to the crease now. But well played from Jet Guli. I mean, 90 retired hurt. Played a magnificent innings. It was difficult this morning, but it showed good temperament. And I like the innings. I like the fact that he basically saw his team home, because you could clearly say that they would win this game. For the Volcanoes, they have some work to do in terms of their bowling. And I wouldn't say that it's a lot of work, because we know that they're a team that really bowl well. It's just the off game, I would say, for the Volcanoes in terms of their bowling. Their bowling have played a big part in terms of them winning those 3 games in Jamaica. It's just a wake-up call for them. Let them know that, listen, there are other teams here in this tournament and we want to play as well.
Yes, you cannot be complacent whatsoever. When you're in a winning streak, you will want to continue with that. So the man who scored a fine 100 in the first innings, Tion Webster, he has come out into the middle there to join his skipper, Joshua De Silva. And Webster is going to be facing this delivery now from Daniel Cyrus, the leg spinner. Just a solitary slip there now. Gets a good delivery for a stop. It looks as though that would have been a googly, just pinning back It's kind of opposite to what the leg spinner normally bowl. So all Tion needs to do now here, play every ball in its merit, keep your cool, and looking for a big swing down the leg side, telling himself he has missed out. Nobody down at fine leg, nor the long leg area. And I think when the Volcanoes look back, Keswick, they will look back at that first innings when they just managed 191. Some rash shots in that innings. Good defensive shot here, and especially with Red Force going on to score close to 300, 294, they can attribute that. They're much better than that 191, but the Red Force did bowl well. Yes, is Joshua De Silva. They come through for a quick single. The return comes in. Has it worked that kind of a single? Tion Webster losing his bat in the process. Joshua De Silva say yes, come through for the single.
Fresh legs, Tion. Come on, you should get
Yes. I think his skipper now is going to have a word with him. Says, man, listen, if I take you by surprise, I'm sorry, but you're young. You should be running very quickly. Look at that. Return came in. He had to stretch, lost his bat. I'm afraid if that was a straight return, and with him losing the bat, the possibility lies he could have lost his wicket as well. So Joshua De Silva with 10 runs to go. He's on 47, 3 away from a half century. Will he go over the top here, Joshua De Silva, to the leg spinner Cyrus? No, he's coming forward. Sensible cricket. Down towards short cover. And he picks up a single. The over's been completed by Cyrus. It's 177 for 4. And you look at that 90 retired by Jid Gooley. Standout figure in this second innings in quest for 186. So who's going to pick up the bowling is going to be Kavim Hodge to continue the bowling. After this game, the West Indies Academy and the Scorpions will be playing at Sabina Park. CCC will take on the Hurricanes at UE Spec. Harpy Eagles. Well, in fact, the Harpy Eagles, they're battling Barbados Pride. That should be some match. Hurricanes, like I said, against the CCC and Scorpions at Sabina Park. Is going to be interested if we can get some scores from that. Until now, we haven't. But all those matches were set for interesting battle today. Short, and this pulled around, out through mid-wicket, away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. And Joshua De Silva, the old boy from St. Mary's College, has scored his 15th half-century in first-class cricket. Well played, Joshua De Silva. Dropped on not first ball and makes it count. Congratulations to him.
Really well played. A skipper knock, I would say. Apart from that drop catch early in his innings, haven't really given any more chance.
And short again. This time he picks out Springer. The next round of action will see the Scorpions taking on Leewards at Sabina Park. Harpy Eagles will play the Volcanoes at Coolidge and Antigua. The combined campuses and colleges will take on the Academy at the University of the West Indies Spec, while the Red Force will go on to play Pride right here at the Queen's Park Oval. And this is down the leg side. Did he get a touch? No signal coming from the umpire. It goes down towards the boundary, and those are 4 byes, and the scores are now level. So 1 run will do it for the Red Force. And I'm certain this is going to be a comprehensive victory for the Red Force. But save a thought for the fighting spirits of the Volcano. Scores are level, 185 apiece, 185 for 4. And Joshua De Silva, the skipper, fine half century, has the opportunity to hit the winning runs for his country. Let's see what he's going to do. And he's forcing this one off the back foot, and they'll take the single, and that's a comprehensive victory for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, winning by 6 wickets.
Yeah, really well played from Trinidad and Tobago. From the start of the game, Passad, they have been in control. You were wondering why did they choose to bowl first, but they show why. They came out, they bowled well. Congrats to Anderson for picking up 5 wickets in the first innings. But the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force show some fight in this game. I did mention at the toss, they played well in patches in the last game, but this game is a commanding victory. Congrats to Joshua De Silva and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. For Windward Island Volcanoes, they have a little bit of work to do. They're still in front. 3 games in Jamaica they have won. Coming here to Trinidad, losing their first game in the Regional 40 tournament. So they have a little bit of work to do, but they showed a little bit of improvement with their bowling in the second innings. In this second innings, they show some fight, but well done to the Red Force team, Passad.
Yes, all congratulations to them, and that is in order. Has been a hard match, a hard fought, a victory for them. And certainly as they go off the field now, it's going to be introspection. You want to know where we went wrong for the Volcanoes. The Red Force too, they will feel happy keeping their chances alive. And as they head towards the pavilion there, you can hear the applause in the background. And that is to say congratulations to them. The Windwards will have to wheel and come again. Well, overnight 10 for 2, goalie on 2. Charles didn't score. Still 176 to win. Today Charles went for 4, 21 for the loss of 3. And some scores coming in from the other game. West Indies Academy 334 and 281. Scorpions 372 and 138 for the loss of 5 wickets. Red Force here winning by a whooping 6 wickets against the Windward Islands. And we just await. Maybe we'll have this summary coming up on the screen there as far as the scores are concerned. And just to maybe brief you, Charles today went for 4, Mohammed for 15, Lunch 92 for 4. In the end, Gooley retired on 90. Brilliant knock from him. The Silver saw them through with 53. 186 for 4. Congratulations to them on behalf of the entire commentary team. Keswick Williams, Colin Murray, our producer, that's Ronnie Bikram Das, our cameraman, Kevin. This is Inderjeet saying goodbye from Queen's Park Oval, and do join Cricket 360 for the next round of action right here at the Queen's Park Oval.